Welcome, everyone. Welcome to our regular City Council meeting here Tuesday, April 25th, 2017, located as always at the Vets Hall. For the record, all council members are present. We do have a quorum, and we'll call the meeting to order. And if we would please all join us in a moment of silence to get started, please. Thank you. Thank you. And if you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, everyone. On to our next item, recognition. We don't have any events, but we do have a presentation that we're going to get to tonight, which is exciting. Also, I notice folks are filling out speaker slips. Great, appreciate that. As far as the agenda goes tonight, we'll get through consent. We have our public hearings that start at 7 o'clock, so as we get through consent, we'll jump to item C2, which is our general plan local coastal program update. There's a couple items on there that council will discuss. There's a funding approval item that we'll discuss, and then right at 7 o'clock we'll stop that item. We'll go to item B1, which is our public hearing. We'll open up our public hearing. It should be relatively quick, and then we'll get through our public hearing and we'll move right on to item C1, which is our draft sewer water rate study. So we should be moving right on time with that. Just want to set the stage for how we're going to get through that. And then at the end, we'll be able to finish up C2 with any other additional items with that. So appreciate any speaker slips that are out there coming up forward. Closed session report. We don't have any closed session report to action items to report out on.
No, Mr. Mayor.
And we have mayor, council members' reports and announcements. I'll start to my right. Marlis?
I don't have any.
Okay. John?
Yes. Oh, there we go. Yes, thank you. Good evening. Wanted to report that last night I had a town hall meeting, and fortunately had about 90 people in attendance, which I consider to be quite a good turnout, and another 15 or so emails yesterday and more emails today. And so thank you to all of you who came out, that are listening, watching, or know somebody that came out. And I just wanted to report back briefly the issues of concern. It was an open forum. I planned on presenting 2 things, never got past the first, but that's okay. It was a great meeting, lasted a little over 2 hours. What I heard was a great concern on the part of literally everybody in the crowd and that emailed me about the potential rate increases for the WRF, the costs associated with them, some of the issues that had to do with the master plan report. There were a number of details surrounding that, but when you put it all together with the news about the potential rate increase, there was great concern about that. There were recommendations made for those that were involved in the last process of 218 vote, and they gave recommendations for how to possibly improve that process in terms of getting information correctly to the public so that they would be adequately notified. And I have a list of things that I will share with staff that are recommendations that people made that I think could be helpful. In addition to that, there were comments on city finances. I did briefly give some update information on the city's finances. And there were obviously great concerns on the part of folks and some ideas for possible economic benefit and some changes that might be beneficial that I'll again share with staff. We also had input on the council agenda. A lot of people echoed in that they would like to see the city council agenda more timely in terms of having fewer items so that important items would not have to be, they wouldn't have to wait around until 11 o'clock to have items that they wanted to comment on and or listen to the discussion, even though it's available on television the next day. And so some streamlining of the agenda was the request, and also items of import or importance up front as opposed to towards the end. And a lot of times that's hard to do because we don't know what's important for one person versus the other. But certainly that's something that we as a council, as I mentioned, we're looking at, but that was a common theme that came through. And then there was also a common theme that had to do with city website. The difficulty with navigating through that and finding things, and it may be that it's just from a lack of knowledge, but if there could be some kind of tutorial available for folks on how to navigate through the city's website, there were recommendations for improvement on that, and I do have that for city staff, and I won't belabor those notes at this meeting. And then lastly, I just wanted to, again, recognize those folks that came out. Very much appreciate them taking the time, and I wanted to recognize Larry and his lovely wife, Mrs. Truesdale. I'm looking right at, looking for her. Truesdale.
Carol.
In the audience, Carol and Larry, they helped out in assisting me with taking notes and capturing information. So thank you too for that service. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great job. Thanks. Matt?
Sure. I know there's, in terms of the harbor, I'd like to actually ask Eric if he could explain a little bit about what's going on with the dredging operation and then the next phase of things so people understand what's going on with the bay.
Uh-oh. No light. Is that on? Okay, it's coming through. So there are some changes going on with dredging. As you've seen, the dredge has been largely idle for the last few weeks. As I reported, I think the last council meeting, they had some logistical problems, had to shut down. They've been shut down since probably a good 4 weeks ago. Corps of Engineers dredge ship Yaquina is now coming on May 1st. So the Atna operation, the dredge that's in the harbor now, is going to cease operations until the Yaquina is gone to stay completely out of the way so they don't interfere. And they've been having trouble reestablishing their pipeline out to the near shores. You know, I think last time I reported, the pipeline washed up on the beach. It's over there. They've been working with us in state parks to try and minimize snowy plover impacts and get that pipeline just situated over there and staying put. They'll deal with that once the Yaquina is gone. Yaquina will be here for about 28 days starting May 1st. Should be showing up here about 8 o'clock in the morning, $2.6 million Corps of Engineers job. They're doing the harbor entrance into about Target Rock area, maybe in a little bit further, depending on weather and what sort of channel or what sort of quantities they need to get. There will be missing channel markers in the harbor, the red side channel markers, the south side from the harbor entrance on in, so boaters need to be aware of that. And if in doubt, call us, call the dredge, call the Coast Guard. Don't go somewhere where you don't think you should go or you're not sure where you should go. But Yaquina will be here shortly. They'll have 2 fueling days and 2 crew change days, the 9th and 10th subsequent crew and fueling days, and then the May 23rd and 24th for going, changing crews again, and then fueling. Crew changes will be at the North T Pier, so it's an interesting thing to come out and see that big ship at the pier, and then fueling will be at the fuel dock there at Central Coast Seafood. So we're looking forward to them coming and taking care of our needs.
And then also I'd like to point out that the Kite Festival is coming. And so with the winds, folks, you out there noticing the winds, it should be quite an exciting kite festival this year. I do believe it's this coming weekend. So that's it. Thank you.
Great, Matt. Red?
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about the Morro Bay Teen Center. It's located on Atascadero Road next to the first driveway that goes into the high school. And I went by this week and just to see what it was like because I had never seen it before, and I don't know how many people have. And I got to talk to Thomas and Liam, who were running the teen center. They work for Edward Gallardo in the recreation department, and there were quite a few young people in there. It's open to all teens in grades 7 through 12, and it's open from 3 to 7 p.m. on weekdays and 1 to 7 p.m. on Saturdays. They have computer centers and ping pong tables, foosball, board games, books, TV, movies. People were playing musical instruments. And then there is also what's called the Teen Action Club, which is some of Morro Bay's teenagers. They're an organized group. They set up tables and chairs for bingo here at the Veterans Hall and for the senior citizen dinners. And they've also adopted Lila Kaiser Park, so they take care of cleaning up the park. This year they helped out at the Dixon Spaghetti Dinner, and they did all kinds of things there, set up the tables, decorated, served food, and then they broke down and cleaned up afterward. They also helped at the citywide yard sale, working with the Chamber of Commerce. And then they've been doing some special work at the Teen Center to clean up storm damage because the winds and the rains did quite a bit of damage to the exterior. So they've worked on that because that's their building. They have a skate park right outside that's just been refurbished, and that's a great attraction. So I just want to say that I'm really proud that we have a teen center here in Morro Bay, and I'm proud of our teenagers who use it and take care of it. I'm going to do office hours this coming Saturday, April the 29th, at Sun and Buns from 9 o'clock until 10 o'clock. Anybody who wants to talk to me about anything, if you don't get to say what you want to say tonight, if you want to talk to me in private about anything that's going on in the city, I'll be there. So, thanks.
Okay, great. And no city manager or announcements or reports at this point?
Nothing tonight, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And then we move on to presentations. We have two presentations tonight. We have Morro Bay Transit. Janine, are you going to come up and give us a presentation on that first? And then we have Slow Cog Rideshare. Which would you like to do first? I think we want to do the 40th. I think we need to announce that. Come on up, Janine. Thank you.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting to make a presentation, so I hope I do all right. Basically, Morro Bay Transit is having its 40th anniversary on May 2nd. And actually, this kind of leads into something I did want to make a statement about if I had an opportunity, which is many people really don't know that it's the citizens of Morro Bay who really got Morro Bay Transit started. They looked around the community at their fellow neighbors and saw a need. They saw people who are of all age ranges, whether they were young or old, whether they had medical conditions or economic conditions, where they didn't have a car, or they didn't have access to a car and the ability to get around, yet they still needed to go to school, go to work, go to their doctor's appointments, or go to the grocery store. And so it was really through the citizens of this community, their efforts, that got Morro Bay Transit established in this community. So it's something that the citizens of Morro Bay should be very proud of, and as well as being proud that after 40 years, Morro Bay Transit is still here providing service to the citizens and visitors of the community, and that we're still here and we're still going strong. So I have Camille Watson, who is the MV's general manager for our location. She's here tonight as well. We have one of our transit drivers
here. Can we come down and give the proclamation as well?
Certainly.
Okay, we'll meet you there.
And one of our drivers is here tonight. One is actually still out driving his shift, and the other one's birthday is today, so he is not available here. So I will turn it back over to the mayor. Oh, and one other thing, starting on May 2nd, we do have a little gift that we'll be handing out to riders while supplies last. And each one of you have been given one of those. It's a little travel mug with our anniversary logo on it. And so those will be handed out to riders, first come, first serve, while we have them. And with that, I will turn it over to the mayor for the proclamation.
Excuse me, Council, can we come down to the podium? We've got a proclamation for this. Thanks. Janine, it's great for you to do the introduction on this, but we do have a proclamation for honoring the Morro Bay Transit's 40th anniversary. So it's pretty cool to be able to read this, and great to have a council here to say thanks. So let me read this proclamation for you all. Proclamation of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay honoring Morro Bay Transit's 40th anniversary, declaring May 1st through May 6th, 2017 as Morro Bay Transit Week. Whereas the City of Morro Bay established a door-to-door general public transit system in Morro Bay known as Morro Bay Dial-A-Ride and began providing service on May 2nd, 1977. And whereas Morro Bay Dial-A-Ride was established to provide a local transit service to individuals who did not have access or were unable to drive a car because age, medical condition, economic circumstances, or personal choice. And whereas due to the state transit funding cuts in 2008 and 2009 resulting from the Great Recession, in 2010, Morro Bay Dial-A-Ride transitioned to a deviated fixed route and call-a-ride service known as the Morro Bay Transit to continue providing local transit service to its residents and visitors. And whereas Morro Bay Dial-A-Ride has provided more than 1,602,729 rides to Morro Bay residents and visitors in the 40 years since local transit service began operating. And whereas in the City Council of the City of Morro Bay acknowledges and appreciates the high quality of public transit service provided to the citizens of Morro Bay and its visitors by Morro Bay Transit contractors and their respective employees since its inception in 1977. Whereas Morro Bay Transit is an alternative to the single-occupant vehicle for Morro Bay citizens and visitors and is an effective means to both reduce fuel consumption, air pollution, traffic congestion, and parking requirements, as well as promote a cleaner, healthy environment and better economic conditions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Morro Bay does hereby proclaim in honor of Morro Bay's Transit 40th anniversary that May 1st through May 6th, 2017 is declared to be Morro Bay Transit Week. Be it further resolved that the City Council of the City of Morro Bay does hereby encourage all citizens to use Morro Bay Transit not only during Morro Bay Transit Week, but whenever possible, and to use other alternative modes of transportation such as regional public transit, ride-sharing, bicycling, and walking. And thanks very much, and congratulations to 40 years and 1 million some odd rides. So would you like to come up and say a few things? Thank you. And I'll give you this.
You look much younger.
I'm going to give you this proclamation, and you and Jenny. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Camille Watkins, and you might not recognize me without my bus on, but it's my honor to read a statement from MV Transportation. We are the drivers of the vehicles that you see in Morro Bay. MV Transportation congratulates Morro Bay Transit on the occasion of its 40th anniversary and for having provided over 1.6 million safe rides to the citizens of Morro Bay since May 2nd, 1977. Morro Bay Transit holds a very special place in our company's history, and we are proud to have served the citizens of this unique and beautiful community since 2001. We wish you a very happy 40th anniversary, and we look forward to partnering with you in the future. That was warmest regards, Faison and Alex Lodi, our founders, John Rogers, our CEO, and Fadi Shakbazov, who is my immediate supervisor and the regional vice president. So, thank you again.
I just wanted to also mention we have celebratory cupcakes in the back on the table for when you have your break to partake of, if you will. We have vanilla and chocolate. Is there a clicker? Yeah. Should I get up or should I wait for him to call me up?
Okay, that was a great proclamation. So next we have SlowCog Rideshare Bike Month presentation. Welcome. Come on up.
Hello, my name's Sarah. I'm the Rideshare Program Coordinator at the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments. In an effort to be quick, I'm going to run through this very quickly. Basically, May is Bike Month, and we are doing a number of events to celebrate. So the first event is Bike to School Day. Del Mar and Baywood Elementary are for sure hosting Bike to School Days. So if any of you guys would like to join in, everyone will be riding their bikes to school that day. We also encourage commuters like all of you to ride your bike to work, and Bike to Work Day is May 19th. So all of you can bike to work that day. There's lots of breakfasts and fun events going on throughout the community. There's 2 copies of the Slow Life magazine in the back with all of the details for each bike breakfast or bike to work day event going on. There's t-shirts for sale. Excuse me, I'm running through this very quickly. Bike Month challenges. If there's anything I can leave you with today, it's to check out our challenges at irideshare.com or .org/bike-month. So check that out. There's challenges for different workplaces, and the city of Morro Bay is definitely within those challenges. So like I said, the t-shirts are available with a $10 donation. So check out rideshare.org for those. Purchase your t-shirt this year, or donate for your t-shirt this year.
Are they orange?
They are red, actually. Okay. They might look orange up there, but they're like red, and they're that nice soft Pima cotton. So if you're into Pima cotton like my brother is, definitely pick one of those up. They're pretty cool looking. The theme is, or it kind of looks like a band t-shirt or like an event t-shirt. So definitely get one of those at rideshare.org.
Okay.
And if you have any questions right now, or shoot us an email, and we're always available.
All right, Sarah, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, Red?
No.
Yes, Red.
Hi. I'd just like to add that, well, number one, Morro Bay has been identified as a bike-friendly community by the League of American Bicyclists. And also on Bike to Work Day, May 19th, the city and the chamber will be serving a free breakfast at City Hall from 7 until 9 a.m. That's a joint venture. And I will be there to help hand out the free breakfast. All you need to do is show up on your bicycle on your way to work or to school or wherever you're headed, 7 to 9, Friday, May 19th.
And all of that is on our event calendar on rideshare.org too. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks for that, Sarah. And with that, that concludes our presentations. And we have speaker slips for public comment. And we'll open up public comment. Richard Sadowski, followed by Meredith Bates.
Richard Sadowski. I would like to just speak on the issue of the WRF. I'm the Planning Commissioning representative to the Water Reclamation Facility Citizen Advisory Committee, and recently, I wish I could say it's been a for a couple of years an okay experience, but there's been a lot of frustration. But what I want to focus on here is the fact that we have alternatives. Okay, I used to work at Cayuca Sanitary District for a couple of years, several years ago, and so I've knowledge with worked with Robert Enns and the other staff members there. And recently I had talked to Robert Enns and I asked him straight up, I go, when you guys are building your plant, I go, would you be receptive to get into a dialogue in a public meeting, maybe a joint powers, someplace where the public can be, And, our citizenry are adamant about reclamation. Would you be interested in that? And he said, yeah, we could talk about it, get together with staff, and maybe we can happen. Maybe this council can make it happen, and maybe have a couple representatives go to the WRFCAC meeting and let's talk about alternatives here. I also asked them, Cayucas has a dedicated sewer easement that runs along North Main Street. I asked them, could we maybe use that sewer easement? That would be like a place where we could use our reclaimed water to come through. All these ideas were, he was receptive to. Although that it's questionable if the Morro Basin injection is going to be feasible, but it's right there. That's where the easements are, And, like when we talk about, Scott, when we have meetings, we talk about neighborhood compatibility, as a community. Well, we should practice what we preach here. We're two communities that are right next to each other. I remember being on call-outs, and on a ground level, at the front line level, as a first responder, we relied on Morro Bay, and Morro Bay, we shared resources to address emergencies. And if we could do that on a ground level, there's no reason why we can do it at a government level too, at a council level. And I just strongly suggest that we look at that, and I feel that is one of the most economical options that we have right now, because their plant's looking at about 20 million, and they could expand it, And like I said, we have the easements over there already. And what I fear is this, there's a lot of us that are,
Going to have to ask you to wrap it up,
okay,
Richard.
we're a lot of people on fixed income, and I just hate to see people, a lot of older people have to reverse mortgage their home just to pay sewer bills. I think that we can do better.
Okay.
Really do.
All right, Meredith Bates, and then Jeff Heller.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Meredith Bates. I live at 670 Napa Avenue here in Morro Bay. I wanted to first thank Dana and her staff for paginating, putting page numbers on the agenda packet and the 200 and some odd page staff report and documents. It was really helpful. Thank you so much. I also wanted to thank Dr. Heading for the town hall meeting that was available yesterday. It was wonderful. There was a lot of good information and a lot of good input from citizens. I hope that the council can take a lesson from Dr. Heading and perhaps have some other opportunities for good dialogue with the public. I have a concern about the last page of the staff report where it talks about the advisory boards will give input to the council about the rate study and the draft WRF plan. I don't understand how the timing is going to work on that. It appears that there's some kind of a problem with the ability of the advisory councils to give input to council in a timely manner based on the schedule I saw about what's going to happen when. So I just don't know exactly how that's going to work and how the citizens advisory committees, the WRFCAC and the financial one, have the opportunity to give you input when the schedule is what it is. And my last comment has to do with similar things to what the gentleman spoke about before me, the prior speaker. I really don't understand about the cost of the sewer plant and the wastewater treatment plant. I don't understand how any project could be even thought about without looking at the budget first. I mean, I buy a new car maybe every 10 years, but the very first thing I have to look at is what can I afford? I mean, maybe I would love to have a Tesla, but that's not in my budget. So I have to look at what fits in with my expenses and my revenues. So it's really hard for me to understand how the city got to the point where it is and is on the verge of bankruptcy, according to some, without having really looked at the budget prior to making all these choices about the wharf. Thank you.
Thank you, Meredith. Jeff Heller. And then John Solu.
Good evening, Jeff Heller. There's been a lot of attention to the sewer plant, but I want to ask a question about the financial condition of the city. Apparently, it's been known for quite some time that we have a $4 million annual deficit in the general fund. My question to you is, when will we have direction from the city government, who's here to lead the city, on how you plan to deal with this issue, what your timeline is, and how do you plan to communicate that to the public? There's a major problem here with lack of transparency, a complex website, complex documents that have no executive summaries. This issue is important enough to involve people and issue a simple and clear statement on what you plan to do to take care of this deficit. It's your job. Thank you.
Thank you, John Solu. And then Rigmore.
Good evening, John Solu, citizen Morro Bay and a business owner of Morro Bay. And first of all, thank you, Matt, for bringing up the Kite Festival. By the way, the wind gusts are only going to be 14 miles this weekend. So, and also, I don't know if there's anybody here talk about the car show next weekend. That's a big deal that's going to happen in Morro Bay. So there's a couple of great events that's happening. I'm sorry I won't be here for later on some of the agenda items, but I'd like to address B1, the T-bid removal, and we appreciate the city's partnership in increasing their partnership monies involving the tourism board, tourism district. But I just want to make a comment that when this was brought into the city from a nonprofit entrepreneur, there was a lot of commitments kind of made to the stakeholders regarding potentially getting some of the other beneficiaries into the tourism board district, which was the rental, vacation rentals and RV parks. And I just want to make sure that you understand that last week in the TBID advisory board meeting, they did made a recommendation that you consider that. There's going to be a lot of legal issues with that. If you consider that, which you have the legal counsel to discuss that. The second comment I want to make, as a resident of Morro Bay, I'm also concerned about sewer and water rates, but nobody talks about the commercial. I just want to make sure that you understand, in my business, in the hotel business, we look at everything on a per occupied basis. At the end of the month, we spend $1,000 on toilet paper. How much was a per occupied room? We spend money on soap, we spend money on linen, we spend money on electricity, we spend money on gas, and we spend money on water and sewer. I'm just going to use my hotel as an example. We spend about $4 per occupied room for sewer and water, which basically equates to, with current rates, about 60 to 70 homes. Sewer and water rates is what we spend annually. And since there's no calculator involved in trying to figure this out, when I figured it out, it's going to be a maximum of 3 times more. So my $38,000 bill will be over $100,000. But one thing that's not taken into consideration, per occupied room, Motel 6, who charges $50 per room, will be paying the same per occupied room rate, same occupied cost as an Anderson Inn, who charges $300. That has to be taken into consideration. This is kind of getting to be out of hand, but I just wanted to make that as a comment so you guys can consider that, please. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Rigmore, and then Homer Alexander.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Rigmore. I live here in Morro Bay, and I forgot my piece of paper, so I'm only going to say 2 things. I listened to the economic thing at 3:30, and it was amazing, and I do think we need an ombudsman here, which would be a big help for people who want to start businesses, and even for maybe people who own commercial buildings, so they don't step in the wrong ditch like everybody know I did for many years. I tried to rent the Sun Bolton building. I had 5 different renters over the years with 5-year leases, and they kept paying, but no one was able to figure it out. And one day Mayor Irons says to me, well, Rigmore, you've got to rent to the right person. And I'm thinking, what the heck does he know who's the right person? Well, he probably was right, but I'm not going to give him any big credit. Anyway, and I went to the town hall meeting yesterday, found it very interesting, very feistful, a lot of angry people, and even there, a lot of people didn't have all the information, I think, and we need information both when we want to rent something, when we own something, even people who want to rent out houses or whatever. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rigmore. Homer Alexander and Bill Martoni. That's the last speaker slip I have for public comment.
My name is Homer Alexander. At the May 4th, 2016 City Council meeting, one of the agenda items was a well-written history of state water. The report briefly discussed two initiatives that were originated by citizens, Measure G and Measure J. Measure G was approved by the voters in 1991. The measure mandated participation in the state water project. It specifically stated that the city would be allocated 1,313 acre-feet of water a year. It also instructed the city to make arrangements to finance the pipeline and all the related infrastructure. In 1994, there was a second citizens' initiative, Measure J, which would have overturned Measure G. It was defeated overwhelmingly. Since eliminating or greatly reducing state water appears to be a major selling point to justify water reclamation, it may be to your advantage to learn more about how Measure G might affect the city's goals of water independence. It would be a shame to spend millions of dollars on a reclamation project and then find out the voters didn't want to give up or reduce the city's allocation to state water. Another issue regarding state water is the Chorro Valley Pipeline. As you are aware, the city's debt to pay for the pipeline will be retired in 5 years. The annual payments to service this debt is approximately $745,000. Recently, there has been suggestions that the city's future state water costs will increase due to new infrastructure projects like tunnels under the Delta. None of those projects have been approved, nor has financing been secured. They may or may not ever happen. What is certain is that in the fiscal year that starts July of 2022, the city's state water costs will drop by over $700,000. Something else to consider is the total cost of the city's portion of the pipeline. Based on information from the city's finance director and the controller at the Central Coast Water Authority, when the final payment is made in 5 years, the Morro Bay ratepayers' investment in the pipeline will be $19,480,000. I'm going to repeat that. The Morro Bay ratepayers' investment in the pipeline will be $19,480,000. Does it make sense to walk away from an investment of that size, especially considering that when it was completed in 1997, its useful life was 100 years? Thank you.
Thank you, Homer. Bill Martoni. Bill Martoni. Okay. That's all the speaker slips I have for public comment. Was there any? Were you up? Okay. Oh, all right. I got it.
Okay. Good evening. Bill Martini, Morro Bay. What I wanted to, well, first off, I'm going to make one quick comment. With one of the earlier speakers that talked about maybe talking to Cayucas on, doing a joint venture or us being customers of Cayucas. I mean, it only makes sense. The one point I was going to make was it currently costs approximately plus or minus $1.5 million a year to run the existing plant. If Cayucas is running their plant, their cost is going to be similar. And the one cost that no one's factoring in or maybe has slipped by the wayside is if you team up that $1.5 million a year, there's economics in only running one plant because you would only have one operating expense as opposed to two. So I just wanted to kind of add that to the mix. But what I wanted to talk to or ask some questions tonight with the LCP update is the status on the existing plant site. I know that I've heard it's approximately 26 acres. I think the plant itself sits on, I'm guessing, around 5 acres. And I'm not really sure the remainder of the property, what it entails. The first question is that Morro Bay and Cayucas are 60-40 partnerships in that. So that means, in theory, Cayucas owns 10 acres, Morro Bay has 16 acres. So I don't know if anything, knowing that the plant is coming down, if you've said, hey, Cayucas, this is your 10 acres, this is our 16, or if anything has gone in that direction. Because I know you're talking about zoning LCP update, and yet Cayucas is a partner in that. So that's one question. And also if there's been an appraisal on that property to offset any costs of, the wastewater treatment plant, the existing. The one thing I was going to mention on that plant, you're talking about $5 million to decommission it or tear it down. I think, it seems like it's just a couple of cement cisterns and a building, maybe a little more. That seemed very excessive. But the point being is that site would be a perfect site for mariculture. I've always been interested in mariculture. We had the ranch next to the abalone farm north of Cayucas. Actually, abalone they broke the code in Morro Bay. Morro Bay was ground zero for mariculture for abalone. That has actually an outfall that could be an intake for salt water. Those ponds could be refurbished for abalone or any type of mariculture. You wouldn't have to spend $5 million, and I believe the zoning is industrial right now. So the point I was making was, in the LCP update, you might consider mariculture for a portion of that site, in that it's all there right now, and you wouldn't have to spend $5 million to tear it down. The existing building could, work as, they could operate out as their offices, and those tanks could be converted for, types of mariculture. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. So the speaker slips that I have are for items C1 and C2. So this is public comment for items not on the agenda. So I was going to hold on to these until we get to the business items C1, and I have one more, Julie Kliegel, for item C1 as 2. So I was going to hold on to these when that item comes up. I just want to confirm with everybody. Okay, all right, good. So that concludes our public comment at this time. And then we're looking to, there's a couple items to respond on public comment. One, I just want to respond to the $4 million deficit, annual deficit. Could you respond to that, please, and make some clarity on that, Dave?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the city does not have a $4 million annual deficit. There is a $4 million gap, perhaps, between the services the city would like to provide and our current revenues, but there is not a deficit. We have been running a surplus the last several years. So, for example, that gap, about $2 million of that gap is in streets. Right now we have about 25% of the revenue that we require in order to keep the streets in the condition that we want to have them. And so there is no $4 million deficit, but there is a gap between our revenues and and the services we want to provide, and the City Council has begun to address that with the approval of goal number 1 2 weeks ago that specifically talks about economic development, fiscal sustainability. Related to that, about 2 months ago tonight, I think, we had our 10-year budget forecast. That budget forecast allowed us to see sort of around the corner, 10 years down the road, and identify that because of a number of unforecasted but now seen expenses in years really 3 to 5 from now, that we are going to have about a $650,000 challenge that we're going to have to address. And importantly, in the first council meeting in March, the City Council took decisive action to identify that we are going to cut $650,000 from the budget over the next 3 years in order to stay ahead of that problem. The council identified the first $250,000 to be cut this coming fiscal year, and your staff has been working on the budget the last 3 weeks, making sure that that's part of the budget that we bring to you in about 2 weeks, that it reflects that first $250,000 cut that you directed. So to summarize that, there is not a $4 million deficit. We continue to run a surplus. We do see, because of our budget forecasting, that the council has started 3 years ago, and we've carried on each of the last 3 years. We are able to, again, sort of see around the corner and see some issues that are coming, and the council has already taken clear action to address those issues. I'll also just briefly address one WRF item that I'm not sure we're going to talk about in the...
One more comment on the budget thing. So could you shout out for the budget workshops that are coming up for the public to understand their participation in that?
Absolutely. Thank you. So the council will be considering, so very briefly, our budget process sort of started with the 10-year budget forecast on May the 28th, I think it is, and then the staff has been building based on the council guidance that we received the first meeting in March. The staff has been building a draft budget for your consideration, and the council will be looking at that draft budget over 3 work sessions, the second Tuesday in May, the fourth Tuesday in May, and because happily May has 5 Tuesdays this year, we also have the 5th Tuesday in May to look at that. So 3 budget sessions, 2 that will be prior to the council meeting on the 2nd and 4th Tuesday, and then a makeup session in case we don't solve it the first 2, and that'll be the 5th Tuesday in May, and then depending on how we've come in that process, the budget will come to the council for approval the first meeting in June.
Okay, great. And there was one other thing you were going to add?
Yes, thanks. So just one, I recommend, Mr. Mayor, that we save most of the water reclamation facility questions for that business item.
Okay.
Many of the comments were about that. The one that I'm not sure we'll talk directly about, and that's very important and gets to the point you just made, Meredith Bates asked about the schedule and advisory board input. So as Mayor Irons and myself work together to craft the agenda for the meetings, if the council, as it considers that agenda item tonight, directs that we continue on with a possible Prop 218 process for a rate increase, then we would not see that coming to the council for another month. That would be the second meeting in May, which will allow a full month of consideration of what you're going to hear for the first time tonight, and will allow the Water Reclamation Facility Citizens Advisory Committee, the Public Works Advisory Committee, and the Citizens Finance Committee all to look at the final report on water rates that we received really over the weekend. So they'll have another opportunity to look at the final report and then to present their recommendations based on that final report to the City Council before any decisions are made on next steps.
Okay, great. Any other follow-up from council to my left? Anything? None? Right?
Mr. Buckingham, might you also tell us how much we have in our reserve fund?
About $4.6 million right now.
And that's a good hefty percentage of our annual budget, correct?
That is close to 30% of our annual budget.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marlis. And with that, we'll move on to, that concludes our public comment. We'll move on to our consent agenda. And I just wanted to pull item A3. Are there any other items to pull from council to my left? None? Okay. If not, I'll take a motion to approve items A1, 2, 4, and 5.
I so move. I second.
So we have a motion by Mr. Heading, a second by Mr. Davis. Any discussion? None? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. Item A3, this is the Water Reclamation Facility program update. Just want to ensure that on the update that I know we did it on the website. I just wanted to make a special note for council and staff that we add the project history from January 2013. I just want to make that formal request. I know it's changed a little bit, but in the past we had full history in a chronological order of the history of the WRF project. I just want to make sure that we can insert that and add that back in there. And then comments as far as the EIR, comments about, I just want to verify Los Osos as an alternate evaluation in the EIR.
The option for going to Los Osos will be addressed in the EIR, either as an alternative or an alternative considered but rejected due to it has additional environmental constraints that cannot be mitigated.
Okay. And next item, so next month on the update, I just want to see us come back with some information, either to just discuss or describe the process on how the EIR and the facility master plan are going to be finalized. Just so we can understand that. I just want a better picture. And those are my comments. Any follow-up comments with those requests? Just want to make sure that there's any follow-up comments from council.
Is Cayucas going to also be considered as an alternative in the EIR?
Yes.
Okay. John?
Yes, just trying to remember or recall, is there usually a monthly spending report, financial report that's in here?
It's a quarterly report that gets attached. So
just quarterly?
Quarterly.
Thanks.
Okay. Anything else? Seeing none, thanks. With that, I make a motion to approve item A3.
I move we approve item A3.
Second. Okay, so we have a motion by Marlis and a second by Matt. Thanks. Any discussion? None? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pardon me. Sorry, I'm getting, so we had 5 ayes on that? Okay, great, thanks. And then that's approved 5-0. And Dana, thanks for reminding me. I have a speaker slip. Pardon me. We have a speaker slip for consent. Jeff Heller. Thanks, Dana. For item A3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So item A3 is receive and file the Water Reclamation Facility Program update. I sent an email out to all of you this afternoon. I finally had a chance to really review it in some depth. As you may or may not know, I recently retired from Cal Poly Corporation, where I was manager of facilities and projects. I've managed projects like this one for over 30 years, representing the financial interests of owners. I'm not happy with this report. I think it needs a lot more depth to it. The cost basis seems like back of napkin numbers to me. I don't know what is behind those numbers. I went through the soft costs and did some quick math. It looks to me like, for example, procurement shown as 4% of the total project cost. I did the math on that. So let's say the project takes another 5 years. The estimate for procurement is between $3 and $4 million, which means that each year you would spend $700,000 a year on procurement, which is largely an administrative task. So the question is here, is the city and their consultants and staff planning on hiring 10 people at $70,000 a year to manage the procurement for a sewer project? It's unheard of in my 30 years of experience. What I typically do if I'm representing a client and I get a report like this that is so out of whack, that is so offensive, I push it back across the table. And I'm asking the council to do the same thing. Do not receive it, do not file it. Push it back, get these soft costs into some sense of reality. Who's minding the store here? I don't know.
Thanks, Jeff. We'll get to some of those discussions on the rate study that comes up on business item. Any comments to my left or to my right? Okay, with that, thanks, and we'll move on to, that concludes our consent. I don't have any more speaker slips for consent, so I'll close public comment and move on. And we've got about 10 minutes before 7 o'clock for our public hearing. Is that right? So, actually, we've got 4 minutes. I was going to see about opening up item C2 but we've only got a few minutes, Scott, so not really worth it to get into that right now. Okay. All right. So we can just take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back at 7 o'clock. We'll open up our T-bid hearing, and then that should be concluded about 7:15, and then we'll get right into our business item at 7:15. Okay, welcome back. Our next item on the agenda is our public hearing, and our only public hearing for the night. Item B1 is adoption of resolution number 18-17, declaring the intention to continue the program and levy assessments for the fiscal year 2017 and 18 for the Morro Bay Tourism Business Improvement District, and scheduling a public hearing to levy the assessments. And Connie, are you...
I'll just give a quick intro,
okay,
Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So we are coming, as we do every year. Our Tourism Business Improvement District has a 1-year reassessment requirement. So we do this at this time every year, and we're thankful to have a great Tourism Business Improvement District that markets Morro Bay to the world, primarily to the state of California. We trust other organizations to bring folks to California, but the Amgen is going to be marketing to the world. So with that, I'll Connie, our Deputy City Manager, provide some oversight to tourism management, and then Jen Little, our amazing tourism manager, are going to tag team on this report.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. Connie Tomopiao, Deputy City Manager here. Like Dave said, this is something we are going to do every year. Following State Code 36533, an annual report has to be brought from the advisory board to council to renew the Business Improvement District. The Business Improvement District makes up of hoteliers in the area, and they pay 3% assessment. And so part of this process is a resolution that we have in front of you today, and in this resolution, it's approving this annual report and the public hearing date. That's part of the process for May 23rd, 2017. So what this process looks like is there's 2 city council meetings if we are to move forward with this renewal. It's under the 1989 law as compared to the 1994 law. Won't go into that, but basically 1989 law of the Business Improvement District that we're under is a 1-year renewal, and it's 2 council meetings, and the second council meeting acts as a public hearing. And that is what's in the resolution for May 23rd. This is the first public hearing, and this is the first reading where the resolution is presented to you. And so T-BID created the document, and they created the annual report. We worked together with them, but they made a modification. And the modification, which you should have the updated modification, they wanted to approve the annual report as is, keep the assessment rate at 3% for the hotels, but they wanted to add in the hotelier, they wanted to add in vacation rentals and trailer parks into that. So just wanted to clarify. That is the recommendation.
That'd be RV parks, not trailer parks.
RV parks.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
So that is, again, the TBID recommendation. That is not the staff recommendation. Just wanted to clarify. Staff, we are recommending that we move forward with the annual report as status quo, keep the 3% on the hoteliers, but in 6 to 8 months, as we do proper research, proper community outreach, and get more knowledge on how to do this the right way, do include or propose to include vacation rentals and RV parks, and how to do that the right way. I go back in 2009. I wasn't here back then. There's a lot of things that happened when I wasn't here, but in 2009, I'm going off the code, and the reason why it's all based on the reason why the TBID was created. So in 2009, MB TBID Ordinance Section 5 states, City Council declares the bid and the annual assessment is to benefit lodging businesses within the MB TBID. The marketing programs to promote Morro Bay as a tourism destination, projects, programs, activities that benefit lodging businesses. So the TBID is there, and it's important that everyone understand that there's a difference between an assessment and a tax. This is not a tax. The TBID, the hoteliers pay a 3% assessed rate, and what makes an assessed rate different is only those who pay the 3% should be benefiting on the 3%. And so it's based on direct benefits. So what happens is if you're receiving promotions, if you're based on the 2009 ordinance that I just read, if you're receiving from the promotions that Jennifer and her team and our marketing team, they pump out press releases and marketing and get a lot of impressions out there. Otter Mania is happening, the Rock Kite Festival, they push, people come. But if you're directly benefiting, the reason this bid was created in 2009, that's what makes sense. So I wanted to bring that up. But as staff, we feel that there has to be proper timing. So the reason to include those who directly benefit from tourism promotions should be paying into it. How, timing, all that should be discussed, and 6 to 8 months we'll come back with a plan and make sure TBID's on board and everybody's on board. So what you have in front of you is 90 plus pages of an annual report. And Jen will go over some of those slides. She has a more exciting part, but I just wanted to review with you really the most important part of the annual report are the 2 back pages. That's because according to State Code 36533, all the requirements, there's about 6 requirements that's needed in there, and we just keep it brief, succinct. Any proposed changes to the assessment area, that's what they're asking. And so right now the TBID recommended that the assessment area change by VRs and RVs, so we'll leave that up to you to decide if that's what you want. But everything from the administration part of this is pretty much the same right now, besides that recommendation from TBID. So I'll let Jennifer take over on. So the purpose of this annual report is to give council, let you understand with the 3% rate, this is what we're going to plan for next year, and this is what we're going to do in the tourism department with that assessed rate.
Okay. I could talk about the fun stuff. So in your packet, you have the complete annual report, and I did pare it down. So if you want to look at the PowerPoint that I put together, it's all the same information. I just really shortened it up to about 20 slides. A couple things really fast before I get into that. I did want to mention the Kite Festival coming up. It is definitely a windy month. It's not skirt wearing month, it's kite flying month. So this coming weekend, April 28th through the 30th, come fly kite, and kids get free kites that weekend. And then Cruise and Morro Bay Car Show is the following week, 4th through the 7th of May. And one other kind of neat thing that I haven't mentioned or read, this morning LA Times called and they want to publish our bike map. So that's a pretty cool thing that'll be in the LA Times. That's a huge deal, and hopefully that'll be later this week. So that's perfect timing for a bike month. Okay, back to business. So I'm going to go through these slides, and what I'm going to do is I've compacted these to be a comparison of the current year and then what we're projecting for next year. Sorry, the font blew out on that slide. And first, I just wanted to make it top of mind for everybody that the primary focus of what we do is really focused on midweek and shoulder season, focusing on selling Morro Bay lodging, businesses, events, and destination. And they all really work together combined to make up a great destination. Our media that we're running, we pare it down into 3 different tiers. And the first tier is all of our paid media. So when you look at our budget, all the money that we're spending in physical dollars for digital or print is all tier 1, and that goes to LA, Central Valley, and also some up towards San Jose market. Tier 2 is broader spectrum. It's not really an area that we have high physical dollars to ever impact as far as paid media. So we go after social and also public relations, and that's where like LA Times comes up. That's free publicity that we're getting through PR. And then Tier 3 is all of our co-op advertising that we do with SlowCal, Visit California, Visit USA, TripAdvisor. There's all sorts of different promotions that we do through there that's not our paid physical dollars. It's all through the benefit of being part of the county, city, state, and all that good stuff. So we like them. They're doing a great job for us. Doing some quick comparisons, looking at last summer. Again, my focus is really midweek, shoulder season. Last year there was a summer pass that was put out May through September, and you had to pay to buy the pass. The concept, it was really great, but being such a small town, we don't have big ticket items to really put on an adventure pass, unfortunately. So it didn't do really great. We sold about 100 of them. So this year we converted that into being what's called an added value item. So this does not cost a hotelier anything, and it does not cost the visitor anything. So everybody that walks through the door of a hotel gets these passports. So it's a huge benefit, and it's a broader spectrum benefit for everybody that comes into town. And so we did a test on it. First in November, December, we did a Kids Get Free Stuff, which we redeemed 717. And then going into our really quiet season, January, February, we did Winners for the Birds, so Love Birds and all about the birds, and we redeemed 176 restaurant passports, which I was very happy with for our first year. Right now we are doing what's called an activity passport, and it's all discounts towards activities, kayaking and paddleboarding and whale watching, all different stuff. It's a pretty cool thing. And we have passed out about 4,000 of those. Those will end this next week, and we'll assess how many were actually used after that. And then our last one we will do just for the end of the off season is a midweek passport, again pushing those midweek stays. And we have some really great restaurants that came on board to put in amazing offers. I mean, like free desserts, free appetizers, really good stuff. So that'll be coming out here in a week. I'm super excited about it. Can you tell? We are still doing very strongly as far as our database mailings. The old promotion was called the Weekender, and again, weekend is not really where we need to push. We really need to stay strong midweek, shoulder. So we just took the name off of it, got rid of the name of the Weekender, and it assessed what we needed it to do. And so we don't call it that anymore, and then we've added the names that you gave us the blessing on to go ahead and do, and we'll have our second mailing going out actually this next week for our midweek passport that's going on. So that was that big change. Event grants. This last year we did 60,000 in grants. 14 of them were funded total, and 11 of them were visitor serving, and 3 of them were community events. This next year, we really tried to mix it up and change a little bit. We had a subcommittee that came together, and we really looked at how do we help Morro Bay grow as a community, grow as a destination, and I think we put together some really great ideas. And some of the things that we are going to do is possibly include an event planner, and that'll just be based on how the budget rolls out as far as general fund dollars towards the grants. But one of those things would be bringing in not it's not a employment position. It would just be an RFP for specific events. So that is one thing, and then also possibly the idea of helping nonprofits with their permit fees for the city. So, we're such a base of volunteers. It's really hard to take these volunteer groups and assess, those big fees on them. So if we can put that through our grant process, I think it would be a great way to benefit the community and grow our events. So that's one of the things we're also looking at. Looking at Amgen, these are kind of exciting numbers for me. So this last year, the event was on a Saturday, booked 300 total rooms. It was an early morning start, so for restaurants and retail, very limited exposure to them, unfortunately. It was kind of, it's a start, so people got on their bike and they left. Where this year, the race finishes in the afternoon. I expect much higher impact for restaurant and retail, and it's ending into downtown, which I think is really great. To date, we have 512 total rooms booked, which is a little over 74,000 in total room bookings. So we've greatly exceeded the amount that we put out for our cost, which is good. And I'm really, really hopeful that we're going to hit about 650 rooms for that Tuesday night. So as I put on there, that's not bad for a Tuesday. So I think that's pretty good numbers. So that's kind of where we're trying to move things, is really high impact on how to grow these dollars. So I'm going to talk about some of the analytics that we're getting with our current, what we're currently doing, and it also does a year-over-year comparison. So this is our digital and web analytics, and it's comparing year-over-year. And this is anything that we're doing as far as if it's paid media or if it's public relations. So I'll kind of go through the different things and explain a little bit to you on them. So page digital impressions, that means we've actually put a digital ad out there in the world somewhere, and it's been seen to date. So this would have been to date since last July. Since we came in-house with the city, we've had 20.1 million impressions of those digital ads. And from those digital ads, we've had clicks over to morrowbay.org, which is the booking engine, of 68,000 total clicks, which is really strong. That click-through rate, which is the CTR number 3, we're running at 0.34, and industry average is 1%, or sorry, it's 0.1%, 0.1%. So we're higher than average, which I'm thrilled with. It's good stuff. Unique visitors to our website, that means they've seen our ads digitally out there somewhere in the world and they're new to our website. They're actually clicking onto morrowbay.org. And to date, since last July, we're at 182,000 plus, and that is a 32% increase over last year as far as visitors to our website. Jackrabbit is the search engine that it's part of the TBIT assessment that we pay for hotels. And so when a visitor goes on to morrowbay.org and they say they want to go to look at a hotel, they get a whole list of all the hotels and what the rate is for the days that they're looking at, and then they click on that hotel, and the linking system is called Jackrabbit, and that sends them over to the actual site for that hotel. And what's great about Jackrabbit is it doesn't charge them a fee. Like if you booked a hotel room on Expedia, they charge like 23% or so to hoteliers. I mean, it's really, really high. So when you hear hoteliers complain about all the fees, that's what they're talking about, is a lot of the people that go online and book, it's really high fees, where if we can get them go through morrowbay.org and on through Jackrabbit, it's huge savings because there's no fees assessed by Jackrabbit. So for Jackrabbit, so far this year, we've had over 30,000 searches, which is 119% increase over last year. And lodging referrals, meaning that they've actually clicked over to the hotel website, we're at 17,700, which is 31% over last year. Facebook ad campaign impressions. So this is not just our social. When you look at the tourism page, it's not just what we're pushing there, but it's anywhere on Facebook. You might see an ad for Morro Bay. Total impressions so far, we've had 2.14 million, and the campaign clicks from those ads over to whatever our offer is, which is usually a room offer or our passport offers. We've had 36,000 clicks onto our site off of Facebook, which is huge. And that total click-through rate, the CTR, is 1.68. And again, the industry average for travel is just under 1%. It's 0.9%. So our numbers are doing really, really well. And I think a lot of that is some of the changes that we've made this last year. This is one of the changes that we made on the website. The gold bar that you see there in the middle, that's the room booking. That's where if you go on the website and you want to book a room or look to book, that's that bar. And before, it wasn't on every page, and now it follows you through our site. So if you go on our page and you click over to events or you click over things to do, that booking is still there. It doesn't move. So you don't have to go back and try to hunt, how do I book a room? It's right there in front of you. And it's what's called above the fold, which is an old newspaper term, which means when it's on your screen, it's in your screen window. It's not, you don't have to scroll down to find that booking engine. So that was one of the upgrades we did on the website. The website still needs a lot of work, but it's a work in progress. I've got lots of things to think about on it.
How many more slides are, Jen?
Am I behind? I have I can skip ahead. You want me to skip ahead?
Yeah, if we can. Yeah,
Not a problem. I'll go
thanks.
quicker. So I want to show you what we're talking about for next year opportunities, because these are some of the things that are going to come up. I'd mentioned the RFP for the event planner and the permit costs for nonprofits. I won't go through that. One of the things that we're looking at is doing a Saturday jazz concerts on the Bay, and it would be with slow jazz. And so they're working on that with Giovanni's, and Joe's offering his space that's gated, which is really nice, with no cost to them or to us. We're looking at doing a 4-week fishing tournament with Ferges, which is pretty well finalized now, and that will be 3 or 4 days during the week. Again, it's midweek stay, and it would be in October and November, so that'll be pretty great. Lighted Boat Parade. This would require an event planner, and it's to encourage the Rotary to do a 2-day parade versus a 1. And conceptually, the way to do that would be to ask the waterfront restaurants to sponsor a boat. So we'd be doubling our total boats in the parade, which would allow us to then have a 2-day parade. Butterfly and Bubbles is a proposed event in February with Slow Wine Alliance, and it would be food and sparkling wines up at the golf course, and also tours of the Butterfly Monarch Grove. And then this is the only one I don't have my hooks totally into yet, but I'm hoping it comes together, would be this wind energy event. Basically, it's a soapbox derby on the beach where you build your own vehicle, and it has to be run by wind movement. So I think that'll be pretty interesting if we can pull that off. Last thing is we're working with Econi to see if we can get REC come on board to do some REC-led events for tourism, whether it's hiking or sailing or bird tours after the Winter Bird Festival. And we're also doing some self-guided things on our website. So that's all I have.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And with that, questions to my left, Red? No? Matt? No? John? Marlos? John? Yeah, good. Thanks.
Thank you, Jennifer, for the great presentation. Just a couple questions. One, I love the click data and the increases that we're seeing. But the real meat is, are people booking rooms actually from that? So are we recently, in the last month or two, seeing an increase in percent occupancy? Is that seeming to trend upward now, or?
February was low, as I had projected it would be.
Seasonal.
A difficult month, seasonal, and March is trending up. So that was
compared to last year.
Yeah, and April's been really strong.
So February compared to last year was lower.
Low, yes.
and then how are we doing in our relationship with the countywide organization? And maybe you could just say a few
much
words.
stronger, and a lot of the programs that we're putting together are aligned with the county, so that we're working in conjunction with them.
And then one question for Mr. Buckingham, and that has to do with the dollar increase spending that the city will contribute to the bid. Last year, I think it was fixed, and now because we've exceeded a certain amount of TOT, we're going to increase the amount of dollars that we're going to contribute to bid advertising. Could you just remind us of the formula and how that works? I'm trying to remember what that was.
Absolutely. We started with a $60,000 general fund contribution to tourism events and marketing last year, and that is crucial to continuing to provide or help provide great events in Morro Bay to bring folks here, such as the Kite Festival next weekend, the car show weekend after that, and Amgen the week after that. So $60,000 general fund contribution started last year, and then each year going forward with the council's approval as we go through the budget process, but enshrined in a resolution from last year, is that 20% of all TOT, transient occupancy tax increases above $3 million would go into that tourism marketing and promotion, and then 80% of those increases would go to general services in the city, with a cap on the general fund contribution at $300,000. So last year, $60,000. This coming year, we'll see what the numbers are at the end of the year, but likely $60,000 to $80,000 additional. And then if we stay on trend, then we should hit the $300,000 annual contribution in about 5 to 6 years.
And then the second half of the question is the proposed budget shows income of $1,042,791 and expenses of $983. Am I reading that correctly? Jen, page 60 of 247 on our agenda packet.
John, that's correct. And this was made. So we're currently in the budget process right now. So there's a date attached to this. So as of last week, or 2 weeks ago, that's what the budget was projected at that time.
So I guess I would wonder why we're adding on dollars above and beyond what our total costs are. In other words, we only need $983. Why are we making the contribution?
And that was based on what was done when the bid came under the umbrella. So it was done last year.
So it would be carried over as... tell me what we're going to do from a budget. Maybe I should wait for the budget, but it just seemed odd to me.
I mean, John, I think that the events are underfunded, to be honest. So that's part of what I would like to see that money go towards, is helping grow the events here in Morro Bay.
So may I suggest don't give us a budget that isn't the budget, and give us the right budget?
You got it.
Thank you.
Marlis?
Yeah, I had a lot of questions about the budget also. I was wondering what you indicated that based on this figure of 20% above $3 million, which is $74,928, in addition to the annual contribution of $60, the city would be contributing $134,928, and yet you show a surplus. And then you said to balance the budget solely for this chart, the expenses were coded to consulting and contractual services, and I didn't understand that at all. What does that mean?
So, John, just want to go back one step. John, this is the budget that we're referring. So when you said put the right budget, the numbers we had at the time when this was produced, this was the right budget.
And are we being asked to...
It includes everything that we knew of at the time.
Are we being asked to approve this budget at this meeting?
No.
This is just...
The budget will be approved in the budget process.
In the budget process.
Exactly, which is not this. This is, if anything, is at the time of the annual report, we have to have something to show you per California Code 36533. So we're still working through this, and to John's point, we're going to have something solidified in the right numbers as we're solidifying the budget numbers. So
then... what did that mean? The expenses were coded to consulting and contractual services.
So what you're seeing right here, Marlis, it's important to note that there's more GL codes than just these 10 lines here. There's about 25 GL codes, and we just had to tag them for public to kind of understand and cluster them. So we clustered this, and so what's happening is that's just an explanation that is not what has actually happened. In the numbers that are feeding this, it's just not reflected here.
Okay.
So that was.
But it isn't really a balanced budget. You're actually showing that you're going to have more revenue than expenses.
That's correct. That's
so
correct.
You're projecting to just
we're going to have
put
more
that
revenues.
back in the general fund.
Well, it's not connected to the general fund. This is separate.
That's the assessment.
This is the assessment rate. So this is 3%, and so maybe you're referring to the city contributions as well. But this.
Well, I'm just wondering if you don't need the money, maybe the city doesn't need to contribute as much.
And that's a question for.
That's a great point. It's a great discussion. So if I could, what Connie was just saying is some of the expense lines are consolidated into the consulting and contractual services, so that this is really an overview budget. As Jen said, we're going to see the detailed line-by-line budget as part of the budget process, which begins the second meeting in May. And in fact, the departments have just finished putting together their proposed budgets, and then Craig and I are going through those with the departments in the next week and a half. And so the discussion we haven't had with Jen and her team right now, you're exactly right. What this initial proposed budget shows is a surplus, and the question that we need to wrestle with is where's the best place to focus those funds in order to achieve the council's objectives. So, for example, I guess 2 weeks ago, the council approved our goals and objectives for this year. One of those objectives was to increase shoulder and off-season tourism by 10%. So, in the last 2 weeks, we haven't got there yet, but we need to put the plan together based on your guidance on how to further increase shoulder and off-season tourism by 10%, and that's exactly where what shows as a surplus in this draft or proposed budget right now, that's exactly where we'll focus those things now that we have clear guidance from you on that goal.
Okay, and I have one. Did you want to say something else, Jen?
Yeah, I just want to add one more thing. The surplus that I'm holding is that nut that I need if VRs and RVs come in. So, there's a lot of expense that I will have to do to get them into the mix up front before we even start earning money off of them being in the bid. So that's part of what that is.
Okay. Are we going to talk about that issue tonight? Okay.
So you certainly may. Let me just clarify that what Connie started with. So I guess to finalize what Jen just said is we're very happy to bring you a tourism budget that shows a surplus instead of a deficit, and we want to be conservative in our approach, and there could be opportunities going forward. For example, this last year we had the opportunity to host the Amgen, this budget contributed $25,000 in order to bring the Amgen here. So we could perhaps do a better job, and instead of having have a contingency line or an opportunity line, instead of just showing the surplus. On the question of vacation rentals and RVs, just to clarify, as Connie noted in the intro, the staff, neither the staff nor the T-Bid Advisory Board were intending to recommend bringing vacation rentals and RV parks into the T-Bid this year. We were focused this year on bringing tourism in-house and doing that very well. At the Tourism Business Improvement Advisory Board meeting last week, the advisory board suggested that we look at bringing the RVs and vacation rentals in this year. We appreciate, your staff appreciates that recommendation, but we don't recommend that the council act on that recommendation at this time. We recommend that you approve the resolution as it's written, and that we do the outreach and the discussion that Connie talked about, and that in the next 6 to 8 months we we go through a process that will result in the council considering whether or not to bring vacation rentals and RVs into the TBID.
Okay, so we would not be. It will come back.
The budget.
No, this issue of yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then I have, and this is an easier question for you. Have you talked to state parks about all of the programs that they provide in the state parks? Because they have a very active program of hikes and adventures with nature, and of course the butterfly program you were planning is in a state park. So I'm just hoping that you are coordinating with them.
Of course we are. We're very actively involved, and they're actually going to be at our meeting next week at the golf course to be participating in it.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks. I just have a quick question, kind of a process question. I just want to clarify, Chris, our city attorney, Chris, I just want to comment. So earlier I asked about the noticing of the TBID meeting and the recommendation. So there's a recommendation from the TBID board to include RVs and vacation rentals. I know what the recommendation is. My question was process clarification, whether or not the TBID meeting was properly noticed to actually take that kind of action item. I just want to ask you to explain that for us, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I took a look at the noticing that was done for the meeting for the TBID Advisory Board. Meeting was on April 20th. And the title that they had on there was consideration of continuation of the TBID assessment, and consideration of that, considering whether or not to continue the TBID assessment sufficient to cover either maintaining the status quo or modifying the assessment boundaries. And so what they ended up recommending was a modification of the assessment boundaries to include RVs and vacation rentals, and that was within the realm of what was noticed for their meeting. It would be the equivalent of if Planning Commission has consideration of a CUP, they very well might impose conditions on that CUP that wasn't in the staff report or wasn't on the agenda, and the same occurred here.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make note. I know we do this every year. We go through this process of approving the assessment. The resolution itself, we've added to, at least since I've been on council, we tell the story in that resolution. It tells about when it was formed, the TBID itself. So I bring that up because that resolution, if we were to move forward with a recommendation on RV and vacation rentals, I just wanted to ensure that it was noticed properly. I'll speak to that now. We don't have any speaker slips for public comment on this, but we hear comments about transparency and properly having proper discussion on this. I think this was something that I wouldn't be as supportive of pursuing an assessment at this late a date, considering the original assessment district being formed. It took a long time to get the hotelier TBID assessment, and I think the vacation rentals and hoteliers need as much opportunity to be able to speak to that as well. So I wouldn't be supportive of that. I appreciate staff's recommendation on that. I appreciate TBID's recommendation, but from a noticing standpoint, from a community city standpoint, I wouldn't be supportive. I think we can get there this year. There's a lot of outreach that goes on with that. So those are my comments for that. And I don't have any questions, but thanks for clarifying. And I don't have any speaker slips for this item, so I don't need to open up for public comment. But any closing remarks or comments for council on this? And I'm looking to my left, Red, to start off.
Yeah, I would just like to say that 2 weeks ago the council approved T-Bid's work plan, which included under the VR and RV inclusion into the bid, that they're going to choose a board member to lead the project next month, and that the outreach team is going to circle around this item over the next few months and bring back a recommendation to council later on. And I think that satisfies the process for reaching out to the people who are affected in getting their opinions. So I favor following that process that the council already approved, and I support staff recommendation as well.
Thanks, Red. Matt? Okay. John?
Yeah. I guess where I ended up is I'm uncomfortable with if this is a preliminary budget and there's, quote unquote, this is my word, wiggle room for doing other things. I don't think we, in our other departments, have wiggle room. And so if I'm being asked to approve this specific budget and something different is going to come at the budget session, then I wouldn't be comfortable moving forward. So I just need to be clear.
It's not a budget for you to approve. It's just a requirement in the annual report to show a budget. And so even though our budgets are not approved by you, we had to put one into the annual report. So it's close to what we're going to go over tomorrow with Dave and get approved, hopefully. But we had to have something in there. We just had to by law.
Councilmember Heading, if I could, the Streets and Highway Codes has a number of requirements for the annual report that has been filed, and then the City Council decides whether it wants to accept that report or modify it basically entirely moving forward. And so this report is just complying with the Street and Highways Code in regards to, I guess, the budget at the time, but it sounds like it might change when more data is analyzed, if I understand correctly.
Correct.
Okay.
So then you're comfortable with the fact that this may not be the ending budget approving?
Yes. The issue tonight is just whether or not the council is going to recommend or modify the assessment boundaries and, basically the assessments that are being charged.
Thank you.
Marlos?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we could change the language of the sentence that was added to this. I don't know if this is possible because I don't know all the, your relationship to T-Bid. But it says that the T-Bid proposes to have vacation rentals, and it says trailers, so you'd want to change that to RV parks, join the boundaries of the parking and business improvement area or in any of the benefit zones within the area. Could we change that language at this point? Or is this something that the T-Bid has already?
Well, we're not accepting this, so we're not accepting maybe if you're asking to accept it, but
no.
Okay, then this is just a report from the T-Bid. It is a typo saying trailer parks, but we're not accepting this at this time. I think when they come back, so I'm sure they'll get it
We'll
corrected.
have an opportunity to discuss this.
And just for clarification, we're approving the resolution, and the resolution is clear only to the effect of the assessment district, the percentage of that assessment district, and not the budget. So just want to be clear.
All right. A little confused here. The only other comment that I would make is that I would hope that you would actually, instead of really trying to create new programs, especially for Parks and Rec, that you actually try to inventory all existing resources and actually try to support and increase attendance at them, because I think that might be a better strategy.
Okay, thanks. And unless there's any other comments, I'd take a motion to...
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir?
Could I just interrupt and just take a moment? So, as you all well know, tourism management was brought in-house on July 1st last year, so it's been about 10 months. It was about this time last year that we were interviewing Jen Little to take over the city's tourism management operation. the focus of her first year was professionalizing the organization, finding important improvements, and I think we saw some of those tonight. For example, a appropriate focus on shoulder season and off season and weekdays instead of focusing on summer and weekends. And importantly, even with 30 inches of rain in the last 4 months and the Big Sur Bridge being out of commission, our TOT revenues are above projection that we projected in our forecast last year. So I just want to shout out to Jen for the great job she's doing, and look forward to all these great ideas that some of you just had. She will, now that we've got she's got a great professional shop running, she'll be able to focus a little more on all those outside things that are actually going to bring more people to Morro Bay in the year ahead.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Jen. I'd make a motion for council to adopt resolution number 1817, approving the Morro Bay T-bid fiscal year 2017-18 annual report pursuant to state law, and set the public hearing date for May 23rd, 2017 to continue the Morro Bay T-bid activities and assessments for FY 2017-18.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion by Mayor Arns, second by Councilmember Davis. Any further discussion? None. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. And now we can move on to our main item for the evening, item C1. And I know we need to shuffle around and get set up for that, so we'll get ready for that. Item C1 is discussion of preliminary findings from the draft sewer and water rate study. And I know we're So we've got our presentation to go through. We'll have council questions, and then following council questions, we'll open it up for public comment, and then bring it back to council for discussion, deliberation, and direction. So for council as well, as I'm looking at the agenda, item C2 is the last item on the agenda. There's probably we at least need to get to the part where we have the discussion of approving whether or not we want to approve or not the funding and the scheduled meetings, whether or not we get through the general plan document. I think we're about halfway through that is one part, but we should at least try to get through that action part of that agenda item C2. So that's what I'll be looking at as we get through the evening. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm John Rickenbach. What we'd like to do tonight, first of all, is obviously, a lot of people are focused on the rate study, rightly so. But that I want to put that in context first and let you know that we're going to have a few folks talk on different aspects of that. What I'm going to focus on is a little bit of the background on why we're here, where we're at in the process, why this is coming up now, the importance of that. We do think it's very important that we do have this discussion today. There are a few main topics, and I'll just do the housekeeping first. I want to discuss where we are, how we got here, but then where we're going next with this in the process, some of the options for going forward. We do want to discuss the concept of water independence, which is a central concept in the reclamation aspect of the project. Different financing alternatives. We have Alex Handler as the city's rate consultant here to go into that a bit, but mostly to talk about rate impacts based on the version of the project we're looking at now. Now, when I want to talk a bit how we got here, and we do we're really here to ask for some input from you and from the community tonight. And when I say how we got here, where is here? Where are we right now? I just want to spend a minute or two explaining that. In the bigger picture, we're in the middle of a spectrum of the project, on schedule relative to where we expected to be at this time. And it's a really important crossroads point of the project. Last year, you did one of the really important parts of the project, and that was choosing a site to focus study on, the South Bay Boulevard site. You provided that direction. You also provided direction for us was to show us what it would be to implement a project that implements community goals that were adopted back in 2014. I'll go into those a bit, but the ones that focused on high-quality water treatment, reclamation, land use compatibility, cost effectiveness, and so forth. So that's what we did. We went away and in November put together a facility master plan to deal with one of the two major components of the project. The cookbook, if you were to go forward, this is kind of what a treatment facility and a reclamation facility would look like. And then we just last month produced the draft version of the Master Water Reclamation Plan. What would we do with the water that's produced? Again, those fall right out of the goals that were adopted by the community and directed by you. Now we're at a point, and this is a very important point, we've got the two major components in place and the location that need to be studied in an environmental impact report, which we're starting to do right now. But what's really important for us to understand is, what does it mean cost-wise? I think that this is really a place for your input, and that's really important. That's why we wanted to bring forward what the rate implications would be if we were to go forward with that project. The outcome of all that is going to be an environmental impact report that by the end of this year will be a final environmental impact report that discusses the environmental impacts of that concept, at which point you're in a position to say, okay, we get it. This is all the information we need to determine at that time what version of the project we approve or don't approve. Is it the one that's in the cookbooks that you have in front of you? Is it a modified version of those? Is it scaled back in some fashion? Is it phased in some fashion? What we're trying to do is provide you all the information you need to make that broad range of decisions at that time. I know you realize this, but not everyone in the community realizes that no decisions have been made about this project and what it actually looks like. We're in the middle of a study process, a very important part of that right now. So here's what we're asking of you tonight. We're asking for you to receive the update on the draft rate study, very important. All documents so far are draft until they're at a point at the end of the environmental impact report process that you're in a position to say, okay, now we can tweak and finalize the facility master plan, the master water reclamation plan, any rates that come out of it, and so forth. We're here to listen to your questions. We've heard a lot from the community, from you, frankly. Very pointed questions, very appropriate questions. We want your input on what we have to say about possible financing alternatives and rate implications. Give us input on different alternatives relative to billing. Also very important, input on the next steps in the process relative to whether we go forward or when we go forward with the Prop 218 hearing. As was pointed out earlier, maybe we need a little bit more time than having you come back on May 9th and ask us to go forward with that. Maybe you wait a little bit more time there, or maybe there's something else you'd like to do. We're here to take direction from you on the next steps in the process. Let's go back why we're doing this in the first place. I think this is important context that people need to understand. I think a lot of people do. I think a lot of people, it's easy to forget why we're even here in the first place. It goes back to 2003. I'll go through this briefly, but the reason why we're here in the first place is because the Regional Water Quality Control Board sent a letter to the city and Cayuga Sanitary District to look forward to the future, to upgrading the existing wastewater treatment plant so that the 301H modified discharge permit that was the operating document would no longer be required. In other words, get it upgraded so it's modernized and produces better water quality. From that, there was a time frame first set on doing that of 15 years, which became 9.5, which became 8 years in 2004 and 5. And then ultimately, and in 2006, where the water board said, okay, you got 8 years to go figure this out. And as a result of that, you were in a position then to go forward and try to upgrade the existing plant, which ultimately led at the beginning of 2013 to the Coastal Commission denying the permit for consideration of an upgrade, which was really a modification of the existing project at that location. And that's what led us to why we're considering other things, or did at that time. At that time, it was seen as an opportunity for the council as well. Maybe now, at the beginning of 2013, was the time to look at the city's goals. We knew what the Coastal Commission was asking at the time: get it off the beach. Also, implement your local coastal plan, which was to say, among other things, reclaim water. There's a provision in the local coastal plan, the adopted one, that says we should use, I think the number is something like 774 acre-feet per year of water reclaimed for purposes in the city. Now, that led to one of the goals: reclaim water, wastewater, do it cost effectively, produce tertiary disinfected water, wastewater, the idea, high-quality water that can be used for a variety of purposes. And then a number of other goals were considered and then ultimately adopted, including potentially considering on-site composting, energy recovery, and by that typically meaning solar. Design the plant, since we're doing it very high quality, to treat for contaminants of emerging concern. That specifically was something that came out from community input through workshops, and then even potentially allowing for other municipal uses. Was there an opportunity to co-locate, for example, the corporation yard and perhaps others? So the idea was it gained steam through workshops to create a goal structure that allowed us to go forward and figure out, okay, what does this all mean? And then beyond that, ensuring compatibility with neighboring land uses, very important. We learned that in particular last year. And have it all operational as quickly as possible within 5 years. So in 2013, 2014, this was the framework that then you said, go forward and figure out what that costs. What does that look like? What does that mean? So then that's what we did. So starting in 2013, we looked at a whole bunch of sites, many of which had already been looked at, narrowed that down to a fewer number of sites from the original 17 down to 7, and ultimately focused on Morrow Valley at first, and then looked at that in some depth, and looked at the CMC site at the urging of the Regional Water Quality Control Board in 2014, and doing all this in conjunction with CSD at the time. Then in 2015, April 2015, CSD elected to go their own way. And so they did, and then there was a bifurcated process at that time. And so what that meant then was all assumptions at that point, which from 2003 till then had been a joint venture, were separated because CSD wanted to go a different direction. So then what that meant at that point was we looked into, I want to make sure I'm looking at the right slide here, into 2016, we were focused on the Morrow Valley and then specifically on the Rigetti site, which we then went through workshops and determined that there was a lot of neighborhood opposition. So, and what that meant in the big picture was related to time and cost to focus elsewhere, which we did, and ultimately the council selected the South Bay Boulevard site, which was always a good site, to be the focus of where planning would be. And that's what you adopted and told us to look at in June of last year. So then we started doing a lot of technical work on that related to biology, cultural, geotech, survey work, put a scoping meeting together for the EIR that would look at what the impacts of developing at that site would be, entered into an MOU with the property owner in October for the possible future purchase of that site if that were to go forward. And then in November, a draft facility master plan was completed for a project that implemented all those goals at that site to the extent possible. And then in March of this year, a water reclamation plan that implemented those goals for a project of this type. And then we asked our rate consultant to go forward, tell us what this means to rates based on preliminary cost estimates, which we'll get into that and some of the assumptions behind those. And that's where we are today, to show you sort of the rough idea of where this is all at. So we're really looking for input, modifications to that course as needed, so we know how to move forward from here. Now from here, what I'd like to do is pass it over to Dave to tell us now where are we headed with this process at this point.
Thanks, John. Just want to take a minute here. Oh, thank you, Mike. We're trying to mix up the presenters to keep this lively also. To provide the council and the community just a brief sort of overview of the project, and this is great transparency and information stuff. So this is actually the most of the presentation that Mike and I gave the State Water Board in Sacramento in January as we were projecting this project for state funding for grants and loans. It's the presentation that Mayor Irons and I took to Washington in March and presented to Senator Feinstein and Senator Harris's staff. That last week or week before last was presented to Congressman Carbajal when he visited here, and Ms. McPherson and Mr. Heading were a part of that presentation, and actually that we sent off to the EPA for a WIFIA loan, and received a word this week that they have received our letter of interest, and that is progressing. So this is just a fairly brief overview of the project in sort of less engineering terms and more layman terms. And I'll direct us to the slide here. So our existing wastewater treatment plant right here is 62 years old. It has an expiring 301H permit, which means it must be replaced. It dumps 1 million gallons of treated water a day into the ocean. It sits in a 100-year floodplain and in a tsunami inundation zone. And it might have been a good location 62 years ago, but right now it's adjacent to the Morro Bay High School, our main city park, an RV park, and the city beach. The project that we have all been moving forward on is managed retreat. That is making a conscious decision to retreat our wastewater treatment plant off the coast. So we are conducting managed retreat 2.5 miles inland here, which is, in addition to other things, mitigating the risk of climate change and sea level rise. This 30-acre site, as the council knows, the council approved a memorandum of understanding so that the city is in position to purchase that site, 30 acres, when the EIR is complete, and we definitely have, and we can therefore move forward with the purchase. This site is 2,000 feet from the nearest residence, and the way it's situated up in the draw there off Highway 1, it preserves the view shed as folks come down Highway 1. The new water reclamation facility, so here's Highway 1 here, here's South Bay Boulevard, and as you saw in December in the facility master plan, the new facility will sit right up in here. That master plan was the draft master plan came out in November and was seen by the council and the community in December. We are currently planning toward an MBR plant with advanced water treatment. This is the plant that meets the basic project goals that John just talked through. It meets the treatment goals, and it produces highly treated water. In fact, it will produce about 800 acre-feet of reusable water, and then we'll get into the next slide on what the city could consider doing with that water. So here is the overview of reclamation. So we talked about managed retreat, and then talked about the facility master plan itself briefly, and then this is the reclamation overview. So here is the Morro Valley as it goes up east up Highway 1. There is a geological feature right here called the Narrows. That's right here about Miners Hardware, right in that area, Silver City Park. And then as the aquifer underneath this valley comes through those Narrows, the hydrology studies have identified a sort of a neat sub-aquifer right here that spreads almost from the rock back to essentially Miners, and from about the cloisters to where we're sitting right now in Vets Hall. So this is an identified sub-basin within the city limits. The city's existing wells are in this basin, so our Morrow Valley wells are actually in this basin. Importantly, there's no other users in this basin, so any water that is injected into that aquifer can't be taken out by any other users, which is not true for the many agricultural wells that run up the Morrow Valley here. The aquifer, the hydrology report has confirmed that it will accept 800 acre-feet a year of water through groundwater injection, and then that injection will also, over time, mitigate the heightened level of nitrates in this area. So right now, the water we pull out of our wells needs to be reverse osmosis through our water treatment plant to lower the nitrate level. And important, the modeling confirmed that the city can pull 1,200 acre-feet of water a year out of this subaquifer, which is our entire annual water supply for the city. In fact, it's more than our annual water supply, and we can do that without any risk of seawater intrusion. So the reclamation overview is that should you choose to move this direction, that the water reclamation facility at the South Bay Boulevard site could produce clean enough water and 800 acre-feet a year that it can be piped down into this basin, injected into the aquifer, and then pulled out for the city's use for years ahead. So the recommended project, therefore, as we have been, and I probably should have said this at the beginning, but the staff has been nearly religiously following the community's goals, council-adopted goals for this project, and that has led us to this point. Should we modify the goals or the timing of implementing those goals, then staff is absolutely prepared to make whatever adjustments the council directs based on either changing the project's goals or the timing of achieving certain of those goals, especially the reclamation goal, the reclaimed or recycled water goal. So the project at this point is a new water reclamation facility at the South Bay Boulevard site here. The raw wastewater would be pumped from the current wastewater treatment plant area up a force main to this site. There will be a brine discharge that would connect into our existing ocean outfall, because as we RO the water, we have to discharge the brine. And then the recycled water, as I just described, would go through a separate pipeline into that subaquifer here, be injected into the subaquifer through a number 3 to 4 to 5 groundwater injection wells. That project cost, with both for the full project, which achieves the council goals of recycled water, that project cost is $167 million. As you saw in your report, and actually as we received in November with the facility master plan, the project costs for sort of a minimalist project, the minimum thing we have to do because of the expiring waiver and because the Coastal Commission denial to rebuild on that site is at $140 million. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike for options going forward.
Thanks, Dave. So, first, I want to talk about a few options that have been discussed as possibilities that we've looked at in the past, and I know have come up from questions we've received from the public and just input we've received from the community. So, one question is there a better site? And if we look at the Los Osos water recycling facility and possible regional solution or regional partnership there, or if we look at Toro Creek and working with the CSD, those are site alternatives. Alternative zero is the no recycled water project that was developed in our master water reclamation plan. Part of the master water reclamation plan was funded through a State Water Resource Control Board water recycling feasibility study grant. And that grant requires, as one of your alternatives, you look at the no recycled water option. So it's a project that really doesn't meet your goals, but it would meet the regulatory requirements for discharge to the ocean. We'll talk more about that in a few minutes. Alternative 3 or 4, only difference between those two is where you might inject the water, whether it's on one side of Highway 1 or the other side of Highway 1 in the lower Morrow Valley. And that's the project that Dave just described that meets all of your goals. So a few points on the Los Osos water recycling facility I think are important to note. First is really we don't see any potential for cost savings by partnering with Los Osos, or any reuse opportunities because of the distance of that plant. And so we show this on the map. The existing wastewater plant is about 2 miles or so from South Bay Boulevard, a little over 2 miles. But we're almost 8 miles away from the Los Osos water recycling facility. So their plant does produce tertiary disinfected recycled water, but it's only sized for 1.2 million gallons a day. So the reason that's important is because you might say, well, with water conservation, our flows are way down compared to a couple of years ago. They are, but your loads are not. Your BOD load, your suspended solids loads, those design parameters for your plant, they don't change when flows go down. So that plant was really designed to serve its community, and there's going to be an expectation that if you want capacity there, that you're most likely going to have to pay for that, and you're going to have to contribute towards some upgrade of that facility. And you're roughly the same size. You're about 1 million gallons a day, and they're about 1 million gallons a day. So basically, you're doubling their plant size. The other issue is they received a USDA loan, and the way they received it was their benefit area or their customers, or however you want to define it, less than 10,000 people. And that was a big deal for them to define that. So they could be at risk of losing that financing if they decided to serve a bigger population than that. And they're in that loan right now. I'm sure they're already paying debt service based on the plant being in service. So really, moving the plant to the Los Osos site really means you're going to basically pay to build almost a new plant farther away from home and not have the benefit of the water. So Toro Creek, in partnership with CSD, or possibly locating adjacent to the CSD, this is one we looked at last year. So first off, the districts, they're not interested in a combined facility. They're moving forward quickly. Our understanding is they don't want to pause. Council's approached them a couple of times now and offered to partner with them in some way, and both times they've stated they're happy with their process, they're happy with their progress, and they're moving forward. So they're also pursuing USDA loans, which require that you have a service area of less than 10,000 people. So again, Morro Bay is a little over 10,000 people unless you're going to risk they're not going to get the financing if they partner with you for this. So now the CSD may consider allowing a new Morro Bay facility at the Toro Creek site. We understand there may have been some discussions with folks and possibilities of that. But we looked at that, and their challenge is it's actually more costly to locate a plant adjacent to them because, again, it's pipeline costs. It's the pipelines over there and the pipelines back. You're going to need a new force main. You're going to need a new brine discharge line because my understanding, and they're planning to use the existing pipeline that they use to convey their wastewater to the plant now to convey their effluent. And it's sized for a third of your flow. So you wouldn't be able to share that with them. and you still need to get a pipeline there, and therefore you still need to get a pipeline back. And if you look at it on the map tells a lot of that story. So there's the proposed Cayuga Sustainable Water Project site up along Toro Creek. Here's your existing wastewater plant. Here's South Bay Boulevard site. Again, South Bay Boulevard is just closer on the map, and it makes a big difference in terms of your pipeline costs. Now, one point Mr. Martin brought up earlier that's a good one is, well, you could save some O&M costs. Well, for you all, I don't know what it does for you, because you're still going to need, say, probably roughly, 6 or 8 staff out there, Rob, something like that, for your facility. And if they're contributing a quarter of that flow, roughly, then they might pay for 1 or 2 of those folks. That's only part of your full O&M cost. Your full O&M cost includes power cost, chemical cost, sludge hauling. That stuff's all proportional to your flows and loads. So you still pay your proportion of all that. So you'd have slightly higher capital costs, plus you wouldn't get much offset from them contributing towards your staffing costs. So, and with the delays it might cause, with anyway, so those are a number of reasons why it's that we still feel South Bay Boulevard site is the most cost-effective site for the city. So let's talk briefly about the No Recycled Water Project. This is what we've called Alternative Zero in the Master Water Reclamation Plan. Not because it's bad, just because it doesn't meet your goals, but we need to look at it to satisfy the grant requirement.
Hey, Mike, I just want to clarify something. I know you say it doesn't meet our goals, but it actually does meet our goals. I think we should just be clear about that. I mean, one of the first goals we had was actually just to produce tertiary treated water. The other goal was to prepare and build for recycled water in the future. So I at least when I'm refreshing myself on the goals prior to this meeting tonight, revisited those. I'll probably speak about that, but Alternative Zero is within our goals. I just want to speak to that.
One thing I would point out is Alternative Zero does not include filtration. So tertiary treatment means filtration.
Okay,
but the one way to look at that, though, is when you talk about the question could be to council, well, what do you consider phased reclamation?
Okay, all right.
Because you can tack on filtration to it later or now or what. So that's right. I mean, that's correct.
Right, thanks.
So you would discharge effluent through the existing ocean outfall.
Sorry.
Secondary disinfected effluent will meet requirements for ocean discharge. There'll be much cleaner effluent than you're turning out now.
I just want to check in at some point. If there's points where we need to ask questions during the presentation, I'm just going to look to council if they have a question in the middle of that. So look for you and all. We'll work through that.
And we can take a pause between segments so that we leave that opportunity open too.
Just checking in.
The only reason, maybe in terms of segments, Rob, I did have a question about another site that you did not list up there in terms of re-looking back for Getty to Toro Creek. Could you speak a little bit to Rancho Colina?
So Rancho Colina site. So some of the issues with Rancho Colina site were the amount of property that we were limited to in the final discussions with the owner of the Rancho Colina property. It's a little bit closer to Morro Bay than South Bay Boulevard. Also, the location on the property, we were concerned with the visibility, which requires more of an investment in architecture. The site limitation of, I think we were limited to around 8 acres, something like that, for the full facility. The concern was if you wanted to expand in the future, or needed to do other things at that site, then those were issues. And when we looked at the siting back in last June, one of the questions we had out to the community when we did a significant outreach in the Morro Valley, and we looked at a number of sites. In addition to the Rigetti site, we looked at what we called the Madonna site that was right across the road. We looked at Rancho Colina. And our sense was neighborhood compatibility at any of those locations was going to be a bigger concern even at Rancho Colina or Madonna than originally we had anticipated. John, you may want to speak to that for a minute on some of the outreach we did there.
Sure, and Mike's right. I mean, at the end of the day, the Rancho Colina site, which, as you all know, is the first one in the Morro Valley we looked at, it boiled down to some of the issues Mike said in terms of constraints where we could put things on the site. And some of the feedback we started getting as our outreach went on, both from folks who lived nearby there, but just generally speaking in the area, there's more people around who expressed a lot of concern, which we would expect in any site where it's difficult to avoid that completely. Obviously, that expressed itself more fully on the Rigetti site, but it had the same kind of issues there. So, again, the real attraction in that area it was in the Morro Valley, where we assumed best reclamation opportunities were.
Okay,
it was. Excuse me. It's a risk assessment that was made. So the cost of money over time, due to delays in either going through the eminent domain process for property that we may have really wanted at Rancho Colina versus what the property owner was willing to sell the city. The cost of that time outweighed the cost of moving to a different site.
And with that in mind, I know going back to Rancho Colina and the site across the street, and one of the considerations we had to consider that we don't have to consider with South Bay was prime ag land. And then also, could you speak to the archaeological situation or possibilities with Caltrans along the 41 corridor?
Sure. We investigated the archaeology at all the Morro Valley sites and South Bay Boulevard. One good thing about South Bay Boulevard relative to all the Morro Valley sites, there's a large, in extent, archaeological site associated with the right-of-way of Highway 41, especially as you get closer to the city. So any of the sites in the Morro Valley would have to go through that, which represents a constraint that would have to be worked through, which isn't the case with South Bay Boulevard. There's always the possibility, and there's other sites involved too, but archaeologically, South Bay Boulevard is superior to any of the Morro Valley sites.
But then also, if you could speak to the Caltrans reality in terms of 41, that we wouldn't necessarily, and with the Toro Creek, we would have to deal with Caltrans with Toro Creek, but with the South Bay site being that Quintana Road is owned by the city, we wouldn't necessarily have to deal with that.
Yeah, one thing I'd point out with Caltrans is we'd expected with any of those Highway 41 locations that we would need to deal with a longitudinal easement for pipelines for Caltrans. We'd also likely have some sort of a turn pocket, or need some sort of improvements off the side of Highway 41 to get into the site. Left-hand turns coming from the city would also be an issue. So we knew those were challenges that would come up, so that's right. The Caltrans coordination we knew was going to be an issue there.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, thanks.
So the costs that we developed for this, based largely on the Black and Veatch numbers for the water recycling facility, were $104 million in capital costs, and then another $19 million in contingency. So $124 million. So a few points about this project. It's really the minimum project that the city could consider to meet discharge regs. And the projected rate increase would be $57 a month over the rates that have been approved by council on the sewer bill. And so that would push the total maximum sewer rate to $140. Now we'll talk about what that means later, because we have contingency in there. We have what we think are We have good cost opinions from Black and Veatch. We have good estimates in there on things like soft costs, and in order to make sure that you have a complete budget and that we can find cost-saving opportunities as we move forward on any of these options, as we moved into the design-build process, move farther into detailed design. We'll talk about those a little bit later. So your existing approved sewer rate it maxes out at $83 a month for single-family residential. So for the future recycled water project, what you would do is if you decided to phase into recycled waters, you would need to add filtration, then advanced treatment, and then a recycled water pump station, pipelines, and injection wells if that's the route you go. One challenge with not having a recycled water commitment now is grants really aren't available, and you're less competitive for loans. Now, part of what our charge would be if council went with this would be to work with the regulatory agencies and to advocate for a phased project and try to leverage as much as we could if council was committed to long-term some form of recycling. So for indirect potable reuse, that, as Dave said, includes injecting groundwater into the lower Morrow Valley aquifer and then recovering it at the existing city wells. So fully advanced treatment, including reverse osmosis and advanced oxidation, is required. But the potential water supply benefit could be between 940 and 1,100 acre-feet a year. And here, by the end of the week, early next week, we should have that GSI water report up on the website that gives that background. We did present that to WRF-CAC back in, I believe it's the first week of February that we gave that presentation, and the findings are summarized in our master water reclamation plan. But the project, the WRF capital costs for this are $117 million, with recycled water project capital cost at $23 million, subtotal of $140, with a construction contingency of $26 million. That's how you get to the $167 million. And we have more detail in the master water reclamation plan, quantities and sizes of pumps and pipelines and that sort of thing. That information's there.
Mike, could I ask another question, Jim? Do you mind?
Yes, sir.
In terms of that $23 million, in terms of going with alternative zero and then the hybrid going to, I think, 3 or 4, and there's approximately $27 million. Could that be phased in, or is that necessarily a capital cost if you went with option 0 and then later on down the road you said, we want to do this? Would it be phased in then, or would you have to come up with the entire amount? You would need to come up with the entire amount, most likely, because when you go to, there wouldn't be much advantage to building, say, just the RO component or just expanding the UV component or just doing any of those, because the operating costs on those are relatively high. So you wouldn't want to build those earlier than you might need them, because you need to operate them and keep them in service. But could you engineer alternative zero to such an extent that you would have to do no reconfiguration of the physical plant to accept options 3 and 4?
Yes, you could.
Okay.
Yes, you could. Now, there's some efficiency if you know if you knew you would do everything in 5 to 10 years. There's some cost efficiency in doing it all at once. There's also less cost escalation if you do it all at once. But if you felt like it could be farther out than that, that's just one of the decisions you really have to weigh. So the indirect potable reuse would be an additional $34 a month over the minimum project cost, or the alternative zero. So the total projected rate increase would be an additional $91 a month over your max sewer, or over your maxed sewer and water rates. So 57 would go to the sewer and 34 would go to water. That'd be for single family residential. The existing approved sewer rate maxes out at $83 a month. The existing approved water rate, and this is for 5 units, so it's a different basis than sewer,
Can you
is 67 a
identify
month.
when that maxes at what year those max out?
Yeah, it's 2020, 2021. Alex, is that?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how quickly the debt service stage did, but, you know, by the time the plant became operational.
Okay.
So some of the benefits some of the benefits of water independence could be, it could lower the future cost of purchasing state water. It would protect against any rising costs of state water. Would also protect against loss of state water due to natural disaster like an earthquake. It would improve drought tolerance. So some benefits of the project are it really is, and we recognize it's a huge project for a small community, but it addresses some what we consider to be huge challenges for a small community too. So it addresses the expired 301H discharge waiver. It responds seriously to the effects of climate change. You can mitigate environmental risks from flooding and tsunami. You could reuse 800 acre-feet a year of water that's currently dumped to the ocean. It could mitigate nitrate contamination of the existing aquifer, protect the existing aquifer from seawater intrusion, and you could return, your possibly your full state water entitlement for another user. So strategies for cost containment. One of the questions is always, can this project be cheaper? Yes, it absolutely can be. Do we want to be? Do we want to risk you not accruing enough of a rate increase to pay for a project? We don't. That's where we are in this process. The city's pursuing grants, including the Water Smart grant, but you wouldn't be able to pursue a grant without recycling. Part of what would happen, though, with a phased project, for example, is you could pursue grants and the planning and design of that second phase. If you elected to go alternative zero or elected to phase the recycled water component. So the city is pursuing, so I don't want to make it sound like you've totally ruled out any grants if you said we want to phase it. The city's pursuing subsidized low-cost financing through SRF and WIFIA. Those are the lowest interest, the best terms of really any programs out there for large projects, for projects of this size. Value engineering really occurs through the design and the design-build process. One question we've seen come up is, hey, should we just stop and get a peer review on the facility master plan, on master reclamation plan? You could, but there are things I could tell you right now that could be less expensive. The design-build process itself is developed so that you encourage contractors and design build teams to come in and compete against each other because they have to commit to a fixed price. And so you get a lot of that benefit of that through that process. And then also, as design proceeds, when they get through a concept design, part of the work too is to do outside value engineering at that point. Part of our team includes a value engineering facilitator that does this kind of work. It's a specialty sub that we bring in for different points in the design and the design build process. The value engineering also happens with the lift station and the pipelines. So when they hit a 30% level, we do value engineering. When they hit a 60% level, we do value engineering. Reduction in contingency could be possible as a project develops. Again, contingency is not a slush fund. It is not where we pull money from. It is put aside so that if conditions arise that weren't foreseen, if issues come up that weren't foreseen, that you have enough budget to pay for them. Revenue from the plant site development could be significant. The city also is going to reevaluate finances each year, and you're only going to implement rates as needed. So if you agree to a maximum rate, whatever that might be, or if you go out to the Prop 218 process to get, to approve a maximum rate, you don't have to implement that maximum rate. And then the savings in city-state water purchases could be, $1 million plus a year. So the rate breakdown, what we wanted to do was put this, a pretty basic graphic together. So with IPR, indirect potable reuse, and again, this is the combined water and sewer rate, assuming on the water side that you're using 5 units, and it's a single-family residence, is your current approved sewer is over on the left. It's $83. The proposed wharf would add another $57 to it, and that would get you to $140 on the sewer side. On the water side, your current approved rate is $67. It would go up another $34 to $101. And so that gets you to a $241 proposed combined water and sewer rate. Now, if you went with alternative zero, $34 comes off that. And so that goes from $241 to $207.
All right, Michael, and what year would that be when we talked about, would that be in, I think Jamie brought it up, in terms of when would those costs go in? Would that be at 4 years, 5 years when the plant would be up and running? Or would that come in if a 218 vote was passed now?
That'd be 2021.
There's a couple-year phase-in period, so it starts a little lower and then maxes out at that rate at when debt service needs to be paid back.
So again, this is trying to present this a couple different ways to make it clear, because I know folks, when we rolled out some of the first information to the advisory boards and advisory committee, we did get some confusion, a lot of questions from folks. So the alternative zero project, $123 million, full recycling, $167 million. We look at as, quote, the cost of water independence. One way to look at it is $44 million. So the future cost mitigation for what we call the minimum project, the $123 million, could be contingency or construction costs, contingency reduction, construction cost mitigation, revenue from a Atascadero Road redevelopment. Really, that could be for both alternatives. It could be directed towards a rate reduction. Really, those apply to both the minimum project and also either the second phase or the larger IPR project. Additional future cost mitigation for the $44 million recycling project could include water cost savings, and then also opportunities for grant funding could offset that. So we got some good input from Public Works Advisory Board and from Citizens Finance Committee. First point they raised, which they needed more time to review a written report. We got some last-minute input from the city attorney. We didn't get a chance, and we needed to do more work on the water rate side as a result of that. So we didn't get a chance to roll out the written report before those meetings. The intention really with those meetings anyway was to present draft information and to get information out to the public and out to the advisory committees, get input to start this process. It was so we tentatively scheduled a joint WRF-CAC and CFAC meeting for next week. One question was, why is Cayucos 2 years ahead of us? So that's one that's come up a lot of different places. Another one is, could additional costs for recycled water be offset by grants or user fees? And it could be grants, definitely. User fees, it depends on whether we have a user that's willing to pay for it. Check the TETR plan and confirm that the city receives 100% recovery under default. So what the TETR plan does is that allows the city to put elements of the sewer bill on the property tax rolls and bill it to property owners. So that is one of the questions was just make sure that the city gets 100% of that recovery, even if somebody defaults, doesn't pay their property taxes. And so SLO County does allow you to recover that. There's some limitations on it. I think there's a certain percentage over which they don't recover. Isn't that right, Rob?
Little clarification, the Health and Safety Code, California Health and Safety Code allows the sewer billing to be recovered on the property tax bills. What the teeter plan is the county forwards the total assessment amounts to their contract agencies, whether they collect, and they go in and collect that debt. If there's a greater than 3% default rate, the county has the option of not forwarding those on and waiting until they collect those. We have not seen that here in Morro Bay. The counties forward those on. We may get not all of the amount at the first tax payment, but they have a makeup period at that final payment at the end of the year. So that's a little bit of clarification on collection of the the sewer charges on the property tax bill.
Another comment that came up was that this could be a high percentage of folks' income, could be greater than the EPA Affordability Index. The EPA Affordability Index is a nationwide index. It most likely would be pretty skewed on the low side in California for most agencies. But that was a point. One question was, could you prepay to not include on the tax roll? And maybe that's something Alex could speak to, Alex with Bartle Wells. But our understanding is that could be an option that the city could allow. Next question is, why wasn't cost escalation included in the project cost opinions? So we, as part of the rate study, the rate study consultant assigned the cost escalation to get the rates. So it was included there. Reconsidering community goals, because another point was reconsider the community goals because the project's too expensive. And so that really is more kind of input for council or consideration for council. Some interest in pursuing full indirect potable reuse. Had a couple folks interested. One point, general point, was escalate rates earlier and more gradually to build cash and borrow less long term. And then another question was, if we don't pursue recycled water, can we still pursue grants? Most of the grants are geared towards recycled water, so you wouldn't likely be competitive for those grant programs unless you had an imminent recycled water project. So at this point, I'm going to introduce Alex Handlers with Bartle Wells. Unless anybody has any questions on that first section.
Anybody for questions at this point? Okay, thanks.
Oh, thanks. Well, nice to see everyone again. It's been a couple of years since I was here, other than last week. But so what we wanted to do is translate, and Mike already kind of went over what some of the rate impacts were. He just alluded to there. So just wanted to our goal was to kind of translate what do these project costs really mean to your ratepayers. A lot of time these projects, hey, everything sounds great. Yeah, we like the sounds of it. Then when people find out what the bill is, maybe it causes them to reconsider or want to look at some other options. A little background on sewer rates. Your sewer utility is a self-supporting enterprise. Almost all the money comes from sewer rates. Same with the water utility. So it's really the rates that are the underpinning for any kind of project financing that you'd want to do. And the rate impacts can vary widely depending on what the project is and what the type of financing is. And the final thing, obviously, this is a big project. They mentioned for community this size. I think everyone here acknowledges this is a huge challenge to a community this size. It's going to be a big impact, but it's not like you have a lot of good options, is the unfortunate side of that. We were just here a few years back. We did worked with the city to do a 5-year rate increase. The city's already implemented 2 of those annual rate increases. There's a few more to go. Those rates, as Mike pointed out, took the sewer rates up to $83, phased in over 5 years. And the water rates, they have a fixed and a variable component, but for, we'll say, a typical home using 5 units of water, the water rate would have phased into about $67 over 5 years. You're not there yet. So yeah, you already increased rates for this facility. So I thought one of the questions is, hey, didn't we just go through and do this? And the answer is yeah, but the assumptions were quite a bit different back then. The prior sewer rates assumed that the entire facility cost would be about $75 million, and that Cayucos would be contributing for 25% of it, bringing the city's share down to below $60 million. And now we're looking at the city alone being $124 million, $167 million, somewhere in that range. So obviously, more rate increases are needed than what was adopted in the past. So we updated the financial projections based on the latest information, the budget, reasonable, slightly conservative assumptions. We assumed Cayucos was pulling out and wouldn't be contributing 25% towards the treatment plant operations starting after 2018-19 when they say they're going to have their facility online. Unfortunately, that doesn't really save much money at the treatment plant. A lot of those costs are fixed for staffing, so Cayucos pulls out. It means your funding share has to bump up a bit. So what do? We developed, there's all these different project alternatives. We try to come up with some bookends for that. So we developed projections under 4 alternatives: the base project, the full project with recycling, with SRF financing, subsidized financing, or on the other hand with bonds. So kind of 4 options there. And the next thing I wanted to point out, Mike mentioned cost escalation. A lot of time when these engineering projects are evaluated, people are doing everything in current dollars. So we just kind of made a projection and worked with Mike. When is the funding going to be needed to do the design, the construction, and there's a little project schedule in our rate report. And we escalated costs by 3% just as for planning estimates, and it brings up what we're calling a $124 million project to about $136 million with cost escalation. And if you were going to do the full project, the advanced treatment, tertiary with the indirect potable recycling, the number you keep hearing is $167 million, but it's not going to be constructed for a few years down the line. You add in the inflation, we're talking a project cost approaching $185 million. And the same goes for the operations. Interestingly, the operating costs that are being estimated for the new plant are very similar to the operating costs for your existing facility. There's not much of a change there. Where there is a change is if you go to advanced treatment, it adds about $600,000 of additional annual operating costs, and those are in current dollars. Again, you escalate those out a few years, you're adding closer to $700,000 and $750,000 by the time the facility comes online. So that's really the cost that we're looking at. It's not the 124, 167. It's unfortunately the higher numbers. The numbers always seem to go up. So we ran these different financial scenarios, and rather than put a bunch of numbers up here, I kind of laid it out in a graph. What's happening with your expenses starting now and going into the future? This first scenario is the lowest cost project scenario. This is the base facility without recycling, and this assumes you're getting 100% financing from state revolving fund loan, possibly some WIFIA financing in there. The blue line is your kind of collection system, admin, O&M. That doesn't change other than cost inflation. Let me go to the next slide because I kind of put in some hints for myself. The green section is the treatment plant operating cost, and that starts bumping up as soon as Cayucos pulls out. So right about here, your share goes up to cover their 25%, and then it keeps going on forever in the future. The orange section here is as you're raising your rates, you're generating more money than is needed just for the annual operations. And the goal was that at the end of the line, you'd have enough in the rates to fund the debt service, but in those intervening years, you'd be generating some cash to help fund the project to reduce the level of financing that you need, reduce the debt service, and reduce the rates in the long run. So a little bit phasing in the rate increases a little sooner, costs more now, but results in a little bit less of an impact over the longer run. If you get state revolving fund loan financing, which is fantastic, it's half the state general obligation bond rate. Loans now are 1.8%, and now they're going out for 30 years. They used to only go 20 years. So it works out to be 30 to even possibly higher percentage of equivalent grant financing if you had to go out and get bonds and get a 30% grant, that would equal what you got if you paid for the whole project and got state revolving fund loan. The debt service on a state revolving fund loan is not due till a year after the project is complete, which gives you a little time to get your rates phased in. However, the year before the debt service starts becoming due, this would be the final year that you're completing the project, SRF does require you to set aside 1 year of debt service of your own cash into a separate reserve fund in case you have a problem and can't pay them. Provides a little contingency. So the effect is that the debt service is being bumped back to a prior year. You have to have enough cash to meet that requirement. But you can see here, this is kind of the trajectory of your current rates. Then you'd have to bump up, whether you did it the next year or whether you phased them a little more gradually. Over the long term, you have to get your sewer rate up to $140. That's a max sewer rate. Some of it's for operations. This isn't all for the new facility. I think it's about $67 is for the new facility, so almost half is for the facility, the other half for ongoing operations. So that's the low-cost scenario. If you had to get bonds because SRF didn't have enough money to offer you or only gave you a little bit of financing, bonds are generally considered a pretty good way to go. Overall, it's tax-exempt financing. Rates are not quite at their historic lows right now, but are very low compared to long-term history. If you were to issue bonds today, you'd probably get a 30-year bond below 4%. However, you're not issuing the financing today. We don't know what the rates are going to be 2 years down the line, so we assumed a 5% bond rate, which is a little more along the lines of what we've seen in historically, in recent history. We assumed a 30-year financing. With bonds, you don't have the luxury of getting to defer the payments until after the project is done. And you don't draw down the funds as you go. You issue the bonds up front, you get all the money for the project, and then you start having to pay debt service back unless you wanted to get creative with the debt repayment structuring. So you have to have your rates, not only do they have to go higher because the bonds have a much higher interest rate, even though it's still pretty good, you have to get to the max rates quicker unless you wanted to play around with pushing debt repayment off to the future. But what would that do? That would increase the size of the borrowing and result in even higher rates over the longer run. So bottom line, with bonds, rates would have to go up quicker to a max of approximately $175 per month. The next scenario is back to if you got the state revolving fund loan financing, but in this case, you're not just doing the base plant, you're also doing the recycling. The differences here are, compared to the other ones, it's obviously quite a bit higher project cost, so you have to take on more money, more debt service, and you also have the dark green here, the cost of advanced treatment and recycling added in. So in this case, we kept the max rate the same as it was under the base case scenario. Anything over that base case scenario is related to water recycling, advanced treatment. That would have to be borne by the water rates because that's the main beneficiary there, unless we did some additional analysis and assume maybe some of that money could be split both ways. But our initial legal understanding is sewer pays for sewer. Anything over that benefits water is water's responsibility to pay. So the sewer rate stays the same, but the water rate would bump up. A surcharge of $34 per month would cover water's share of costs for facilities and operations. And then the worst case scenario, I won't call it the worst case, maybe it's a good case to get the water recycling, but the highest cost scenario, the full project, $185 million with cost escalation, plus all bond financing, no subsidized financing, no grants. Now you're looking at your rate having to ramp up to the sewer rate ramping up to $175, and the water rate surcharge now, instead of being about $35, has to go up to $45 for the full boat. This slide here just kind of shows the summary of the different options. If you got the subsidized financing with a base project, total monthly bill would be about $207 for a typical home for water and sewer combined. If you got the subsidized financing and did the whole project, the bill rises up to about $240 per month, which is it's a big big chunk to pay for folks. If you went with bond financing, the base project cost, total bill, combined water and sewer, a little over $240 a month. And if you went with the whole project, approximately $287 all in for everything. Again, this slide shows that a chunk of that is for the regular operations, and part of it is for the new facilities. One thing that was brought up is, hey, people want to see when I pay rates, where's my money going? So we made kind of a graphic breakout showing your current rates, where the money goes, and if you went with the kind of the base case scenario with SRF financing. Under the current rates, your people are paying $62.50 per month. About $18.65 is for collection system. A little over $18 is for wastewater treatment. Capital improvements are about $7 a month. And then that's kind of your base cost of what's needed. You're currently charging more than what you need just to cover the basic service of wastewater treatment and collection. You're generating about $18 now that can be used towards project funding to help reduce what you're going to need to borrow in the long run. However, you fast forward to that maximum rate you'd have to hit in about 4 to 5 years of $140. You can see the collection rate just goes up by escalation. Again, the treatment rate goes up a little bit more because Cayucos is not contributing a share of that, so it goes from $18 to about $34 per month. You have a new charge in here for debt service that's eating up about $67 per month per typical single-family home. You've got capital costs of about $13 per month. When you take on debt service, not only do you have to have your rates in place to fund operating costs and debt service, you also have to have rates in place to fund a little extra buffer called debt service coverage. So you're always going to be generating extra money to meet your financial covenants, and that little extra money, that will be used to help fund ongoing capital needs. However, if you had to fund the whole thing with bonds, you'd be generating a couple of $1 million more than you needed potentially. So you might be generating a little extra excess cash, could be used for ongoing capital projects, or maybe you'd build up some funds to try to pay down debt service or have some call provisions built in there that you can pay debt down a little bit earlier.
I'm just going to interrupt you a little bit on that slide. I don't know if it's a good pause for others that might have a question, but on the current bill where we have the 731 for capital improvements, I think it'd be nice to clarify the capital improvements. We don't have capital improvements on the existing plant at this time, but that would be more for the collection system. So, for me, when I looked at that, I'm thinking, well, why do we have capital improvements on a site that we're going to demolish? But that particular one, that is for the collection system, and I just want to confirm that.
Yes, we'll have ongoing capital improvements needed for the collection system. Okay. We will have minor capital improvements needed at the existing plant until we move away from it.
Yep, I understand. Thanks. Any other questions from council? No? Okay, thanks.
Okay, just in terms of implementation, the rates would need to be adopted by council before you can secure the financing, because no one's going to lend you millions of dollars unless you've already got the financial capacity to repay the debt. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Another thing is we keep talking about this maximum rate. You could adopt a maximum rate. There's still a lot of unknowns on how the project's going to roll out, what the timing is actually going to be. Maybe the SRF payment doesn't start till the year after we're contemplating here. We don't know what's the be-all, end-all is going to be, but if you adopted a maximum rate, that would give you the coverage to get the financing, and you would have some flexibility to phase into that as you saw fit. And the city's plan is, even if you adopted a maximum rate, you can't charge it. The city would be reviewing the rates annually and only charging what's needed. Some of that's policy direction, and some of that's making sure you're not exceeding the overall cost of service at the end of the day. There are some options that we wanted to get, even if it's just generic input on at this stage of the game. One is the timing of the rate increases. You already have some rate increases phasing in on the sewer side to $83 over the next 3 years. We're talking about a maximum rate, could be $140, could be even higher with the water side. you could phase into that quicker and kind of override the existing rates. So maybe instead of going to $83 in a few years, you're already up to $100 in a few years. The benefits of that are you'd be generating more money in those intervening years. That's cash you can spend on the project that reduces the amount you need to borrow, reduces your debt service over the longer term. We ran some sample numbers on that. It didn't have a huge impact unless you wanted to really go to the maximum rate starting next year or some substantially higher rate. So we try to phase into that max rate over a few years, and it turned out instead of going to $140 max, it only went to $135 max. So it's not a huge savings, but that's something you could do. The quicker you raise your rates, the more cash you generate, the less the rates will be in the long run, but it's not a huge amount. The disadvantage of that is people are going to start paying more sooner. Another option is, as Mike alluded to earlier, collecting all or a portion of the sewer rate on the property tax rolls. You're allowed to do that under the Government Health and Safety Code. A benefit of that for some folks is if it's on the property tax, even though technically not legal, a lot of people just write that off on their taxes. So they're getting a discount built in, kind of like a tax write-off for paying their sewer bill, which is nicer than nothing. But the big change there is you're changing the payment responsibility from the ratepayer over to the property owner. So I don't know how that would fly. We did contact San Luis Obispo County. I spoke with the woman who runs the property tax assessments, and most certainly you'd be on the teeter plan. You get 100% of your billings. If you had a bill, you're billing $200 to $300 per month of utility bills, I have no idea what your delinquency rate would be, but very likely higher than what it is now, which is unfortunate. If it's on the teeter plan with the county, you're getting 100% of your billings throughout the year. However, you're only getting your funds twice a year. You bill monthly, you get the revenue stream monthly, you put it on the county tax rolls, you're getting your money in December and April and a little trickle when they settle up at the end of the year. So you might have to make some planning to make sure that you had enough fund reserves to last you between the times you got those property tax infusions. Or if the property taxes, for example, were only being used to recover debt service for the new water reclamation facility, maybe you can time it so the funds are coming in before you have to make your debt service payments. So that's something a lot of sewer agencies in the state collect their bills on the property tax rolls. It's a real easy thing to do. Again, the options, you could do it for all of the sewer bill for the residential customers, for example, put the whole thing on the tax rolls, or you can opt to put a portion on. It's a little unclear. We would defer to your legal attorney and if you could do this for the water rate surcharge component. And then the other thing I mentioned earlier was debt structuring options. If you ended up partially funding with bonds or fully funding with bonds, normally debt service is starts becoming due 6 months roughly after you borrow your funds. But there are certainly some debt structuring tricks of the trade that sometimes agencies do to allow themselves to phase in the debt service more gradually. One is having no principal amortization in the early years, and even more extreme than that is something called capitalized interest, where you borrow more money. Let's say you borrow an extra $5 million, and you take that extra money and use it to pay interest the first few years, so you don't have to pay interest out of pocket, and it just gives you more time to phase in your rates. Generally, we don't recommend that unless there's some real compelling reason to do so. Why? Because it results in more borrowing and more debt service and higher rates over the longer term. But just wanted to let you know there are options out there. So that concludes what we wanted to cover. In terms of scheduling, we know there's been a lot of information thrown out there pretty quickly, and there's a lot of meetings coming up in the near future. The next one is May 2nd, the Joint Citizen Finance Advisory Committee and the WRF Citizen Advisory Committee to kind of go through this stuff again. Hopefully they've had a little time to digest some of this information and can give a little more guidance on some issues. Go back to the Public Works Advisory Board in May and come back to council again. And, one of the goals would be, we don't know at what pace folks want to move forward, in terms of moving ahead with rate increases, but staff has suggested a couple of possibilities of moving forward with rate increases, coming back with a Prop 218 and holding the public hearing in May or June as two options, but there are other options as well.
Are there any immediate questions at this point for the rates? I was just going to go through some of that, and then we'll go through, pardon me?
Mr. Handler.
For Mr. Handler, yes.
I think it would be very helpful if you would just describe for, especially the people in the room, what that Prop 218 process is like and who actually participates in it, who are the notices sent to. Are they sent to the property owner, the ratepayer? What happens to renters? What happens to people that live in mobile home parks? It would be helpful to know exactly how it works.
Sure. Yeah, Prop 218 was established, I think it was it 1986 or 96, the Right to Vote on Taxes initiative. And what it said is that the government agencies can no longer just raise fees and charges without going out for a vote. However, certain fees and charges were exempted from the voting requirement if they met certain if they didn't exceed the cost of service. So water, sewer, and garbage rates, you can raise those without going out for a vote as long as they don't exceed the cost of service and fairly apportion costs out to the customers. Anytime you want to do a rate increase, Prop 218 also established a procedure you have to go through where first you identify the rate increases. You have to send a notice to who? Well, in the Prop 218 itself, it said to the property owners. But there have been some Prop 218 cleanup legislation adopted since then that suggests you can send it to the ratepayers themselves. However, if you ever want to put a lien on the property for delinquency, you have had to notice the property owner themselves. So we generally recommend cover everybody. Leave no stone unturned there. You send the notice out, you have a 45-day waiting period, and then you hold a public hearing. At that public hearing, the proposed rate increases are subject to majority protest, meaning if more than 50% of the affected parcels submit a written protest, then the agency cannot go forward with the rate increase. And there's different, of ways of doing this, but generally it's one protest per parcel. So even if you did mail to the property owner and also to a separate tenant, if they both mailed protests in, it's still one protest per parcel. If it's an apartment building that has 500 people on it, it's on one parcel. Technically, that's one vote per parcel.
And mobile home parks?
Mobile home parks are kind of an interesting story because it's generally one parcel. But there is flexibility for agencies to opt to, if you wanted to count protests a certain way, you're certainly able to do what you want as a council that's above and beyond what's in Prop 218.
So it seems like we're going to get into a lot of questions here, not just from Mr. Handling, but
right. I just wanted to cover.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So thanks. And then, so as we open up for questions, and just going to make a couple remarks for council, and then as we get started on this, we're going to get into discussion as well. So might stay tuned there, and we'll, if we have some questions for you as well, but we'll fire off on questions, and then we'll open for public comment. I just want to make a couple opening remarks on this. So earlier this year, Council approved various subcommittees, one of which is the Water Reclamation Facilities Subcommittee, which Councilmember Marlis McPherson and I are the designees. As you may know, Councilmember Noah Smuckler and myself were Water Reclamation Subcommittee designees at that time. So it allows a subcommittee member to work and or collaborate on this particular issue, which we have. Marlis and I have been working on this issue before tonight, and I just wanted to make that clear. So we've got some comments on that. We've met with constituents. We've met with WRF-CAC members, attended citizens group meetings, reached out to the CCSD President Enns, and we have heard back from him, by the way. We've got some comments and perspectives that, for the rest of council is all we do. And I just have some background that I think is important for us to think about, even in addition to some of the background that we talked about that staff opened up with. And first I'll start out with project goals, and that's one of the things I started with Mike, and just had a small interruption on that. But if I go through our goals that we started, and these were community goals that we started with, and that's what's been driving this project. We met with the community, we had our workshops. They said, okay, where are we going with this? We've adopted those, and we've stuck through this part of the project. The project goal was to produce tertiary disinfected wastewater in accordance with Title 22 requirements for unrestricted urban irrigation in a cost-effective manner for all ratepayers. Designed to be able to produce reclaimed wastewater for potential users, which could include public or private landscape areas, agriculture, groundwater recharge. A master reclamation plan should include a construction schedule and plan for bringing on recycled water customers in a cost-effective manner. Allow for on-site composting, designed for energy recovery, designed to treat contaminants of emergency concerns in the future, designed to allow for other possible municipal functions, such as a courtyard on site, as well as public park or education center. Ensure compatibility with neighboring land uses, and have a new water reclamation facility operation prior to the expiration of the discharge permit for the existing wastewater treatment plan being 5 years, more or less. In May of 2016, as our staff reported, a decision to move ahead on the Tri-W site, now referred to as the South Bay site, was made. The decision came after extensive outreach and input from the community in comparing 5 alternative sites with focus on the Rigetti site versus the South Bay site. Following that, in June of 2016, Council selected the South Bay site as its preferred site and amended the contract with Black & Veatch for a facility master plan. Council received the draft facility master plan in December of 2016 after it was reviewed by our WRFCAC. Input was provided to staff and from the WRFCAC and City Council for the implement. So we need to talk a little bit about the implementation of the final facility master plan. And at the December meeting, Council was unanimous in the importance of bringing the project to a project scope that meets affordability of the community. That cost must be a primary consideration. That was a unanimous discussion that we had back in December when the draft facility master plan was released. The draft facility master plan included all the adopted goals for project, understanding that the project would be refined appropriately, and Council discussed that at the December meeting. We also understood that we would conduct a study on water reclamation potential, which the Council received this past March, which was part of this presentation. We now have a complete picture of what it's like to meet our community goals. And we have those with cost estimates provided by Black & Veatch. And tonight we're discussing the rate study, which all of you here and the Council is ready to move forward on, and to prepare to consider a rate increase to cover the cost of building a new water reclamation facility, the process called Prop 218, which was explained before us. And the question for Council will be how we move ahead. And the Council for our community is how we move ahead. Do we move ahead with the schedule which we have before us to initiate the Prop 218 45-day protest period, and under what parameters? I'd like Council to revisit the scope of at least during this discussion, of the FMP, when and how the final facility master plan will be adopted by Council. We need to be discussing, as we did in December, minimizing the cost and scope of the project, and decide on a phased approach or a total water reclamation plan. And then if there's any consideration in revised goals and how we would go about that. And with that, we took upon us to follow through on meeting those community goals. And now we're kind of at the crossroads of where we go from here. So we've got all the information before us. And I just want to thanks for allowing me to kind of put that framework there. And then I just want to start out with questions. I was going to start with Marla, since we've been working through this and meeting with so many constituents on this. And I just want to say thanks for those out there that did take the time to meet. And Marla, I want you to if you could just start off with questions.
Sure, thank you. Well, as the mayor said, now we have all of the pieces of the puzzle together, and I want to thank staff for providing everything that we have requested. And I want to also thank the staff at the old treatment plant that have kept that thing up and running.
Absolutely.
Hats off to them.
Yep.
For me, the final piece of the puzzle was the rate study, because we've had a lot of data up to this point, but we didn't know what the final impact was going to be on the ratepayers. And we didn't know that for one reason, because we knew that some of the money that we were already collecting in our current rate structure was going to the new facility. And I could never get a straight answer on exactly how much was going, so I really didn't know how much more we were going to have to finance, and therefore what the impact was going to be on the ratepayer. But now we know the answer to those questions. So and I will ask questions, but I have to tell you off the bat, I am really prepared to take Phase 2 off the table. So I don't have any questions about the recycling part. And I also don't have questions about the draft water and sewer rate study at this point, because it really isn't complete. And one of the reasons it isn't is it doesn't include any kind of an analysis of the rates for commercial payers. And I know we've already had people comment about that. So we're going to have to get more information on the rate study. But it does provide us with really valuable information about alternatives, and it helps us to move forward with a more realistic plan. So I'm going to limit my questions to Phase 1 only, building a new sewer plant, because it's really clear to me that the majority of our citizens, the community, cannot afford to proceed with both phases simultaneously. So if you would just indulge me, I want to preface my questions with some comments. When I decided to run for City Council on the platform of moving ahead with the Council's decision to build the new wastewater treatment plant at the Tri-W site, now the South Bay Boulevard site, the projected cost for both Phase 1 and 2 was approximately $102 to $107 million. And there was insistence that those costs were correct, and although they didn't include demolition of the old plant and a few other incidental costs. So I was shocked when I read the facilities master plan, which was released in November, and that was my first council meeting. And at that point, total project costs, Phase 1 and 2, had increased to $133 to $135 million. And my recollection, as the mayor has just said, is that all of us at that meeting suggested that the cost of the facility was too high and that we had to somehow reduce costs. Now, with the water reclamation plant document, the total project costs for Phases 1 and 2 have increased to $167 million. So my first question is one that the community is asking as well. How do you account for the large increase in costs? Was your first estimate incorrect, made less than a year ago? Is the Black and Veatch facility master plan based on a larger facility, a fancier facility, more heavily engineering, or is it the same size and scope of the facility that was less than a year ago scoped out at $102 to $107 million? That's my first question.
Thank you. I'll tackle that one. So the estimates that had been put together before facility master plan were solely intended to compare sites. That was the purpose of those. It was to, in the basis of the project, it included decommissioning costs. Planned decommissioning costs weren't known at that time. There was a very low allowance in there for that from some old master plan documents. We looked at an oxidation ditch. Similar, it was based on the numbers that were used in the CMC evaluation. And so we looked at an oxidation ditch. Ultimately, the treatment process that was selected or that was chosen through the community workshops and through the facility master planning process turned out to be sequencing batch reactor, membrane bioreactor, to meet council goals, our community goals. Also did not include the equalization storage at the plant site. One of the needs, one of the work efforts through the facility master plan was a more detailed flow evaluation. So the need for a large equalization storage was also not in that original estimate. And at the time that we did those siting studies back last June and May, a couple of things we cited in that report was we did not have the recycled water system in that estimate. We had a short pipeline to get over to a location on Highway 41, but that was it. And so those were never intended to be the facility, the master planned numbers. And one thing we tried to point to the whole time is we have to get the facility master plan and master water reclamation plan to come back and tell you what things could cost and tell you what alternatives might cost. So we did our best to convey that, but we understand where there would be some confusion there.
Okay. Can I continue? Okay.
Yeah, and at some point, just check with council on whether or not I know our audience is waiting for public comment in case anybody needs to take a break, and just let me know, and we'll do that. And maybe in a few minutes we'll do just that after you get done with your questions.
All right. Well, I'll try to be quick. The water reclamation facility plan that MKN and Associates prepared does not include or use the same cost data from the Black and Veatch facility master plan. And it makes it very difficult for us to look at the reports and compare line items or categories of expenses. And I'm just wondering why you didn't use the same one that Black and Veatch used.
We did use the Black and Veatch information. We broke it out differently. One of the things that we're working with Black and Veatch on is presenting a simplified version of the cost opinions that were in their facility master plan, something that'll basically fit on a page. A lot of the estimates they put together, they had contractor overhead and profit, had sales tax, they had different subcontractor and subconsultant markups, and so we wound up breaking out their numbers differently, but we did use their numbers.
Okay. Now, this is a really important question. If we decide to wait on implementing Phase 2 water reclamation, but we want to make the plant reclamation ready, do we need to have an MBR plant, or can we add the recycling component later to an SBR plant to bring it up to tertiary treatment? So my question is, does it matter what treatment alternative is chosen in Phase 1 to ensure that we still can, at a later date, have reclamation and recycling?
You can add filtration to the sequencing batch reactor process at a later date.
And that's the part that produces tertiary treatment.
The filtration is what is tertiary treatment.
Okay. All right. And how long would it take staff to provide a cost estimate for a Phase 1 project that reduces costs but keeps the option of additional treatment necessary for water reclamation at a later date, as the council requested at its December 13th meeting? How long if we asked you to come back and tell us just Phase 1, my understanding is that what you have currently provided for Phase 1 does not produce tertiary treatment. Is that correct?
The
zero option.
Alternative zero is not tertiary treatment.
Right.
That's correct.
So that would not meet community goals as they're stated. So if we went with that option, we would have to first revisit community goals to make sure that the project met community goals. So in order to meet community goals to produce a facility that will, in Phase 1, treat the water to a sufficient, we use a treatment methodology that we can later go back and add the recycling component. You still need to do more work. Is that correct?
Well, the Black and Veatch Phase 1 wharf is just what you're talking about. It's a sequencing batch reactor followed by filtration, or membrane bioreactor, which does it all in one step. So that's in the facility master plan now.
So we could use those numbers now.
That's correct. Now, one thing I would point out, the method that was recommended in facility master plan for filtration is not your least expensive filtration option. There are less expensive filtration options. However, it was the recommended filtration option if you were going to go to reuse in the next, say 5 to 10 years. So I do want to point that out.
Do we all understand that? Okay, and
just let me restate that. There are lower cost treatment alternatives and filtration methods, but they didn't meet the goal of going to high quality reclaimed water within the time period that we were looking at.
And if we implemented those now, for example, cloth filters, if we went to recycled water in the future, those would that whole perhaps $10 million element would be thrown away and not thrown away permanently and not usable for the future.
That's correct. If you went to groundwater injection, that's correct.
Our big concern here is costs. So can you tell me how you would possibly reduce costs in the bidding process? How are you going to ensure that you're going to get competitive bids that are hopefully going to reduce the cost of this project?
So as far as the plant itself goes, during the design build procurement process, we'll have a request for qualification that goes out. We're already conducting outreach to different contractors and designers and teams of contractors and designers. The request for qualification goes out. You get qualifications, statements of qualifications back from proposers. We work on an evaluation matrix to rank them based on experience on similar projects, based on their record on cost control and change orders and all sorts of other things that are very important to us. We shortlist to no more than 3, and then we have those 3 submit their request for proposal. And then what they're doing is they're submitting their fixed price as part of their proposal.
And does it typically come in under the price that you have set for the project?
Well, that's a very good question. It is typically going to be you will get a much more competitive. The nice thing is you have your designers and your contractors together, and they submit together a much more competitive and much lower price than if you had gone out and solicited each of them alone.
Yeah, but I see it. I think there's a lot of concern that if we size the cost of this project, that's what the bids are going to come in on, and that's what I'm trying to figure out, how you get lower costs on a project if you have a very large starting point.
Well, for one thing, they're competing, so they're trying to find ways to bring the cost down because they want to win the job, and they want to make sure there's still enough money in it that they can do the job and make their profit. But they're going to compete with each other for that.
Okay, I'm going to let other people go.
Short 3-minute break. Sure. Sorry to interrupt the train of thought here, but I think we just need a 3-minute break and we'll be back. No in between. So just take a 3-minute water break and then we'll be right back. Okay, thanks.
got it, baby.
Okay, welcome back. Thanks for the break there. Hopefully everybody else needed that as well. Marlos, thanks for the lead in on the questions. We're going to turn it over to John if you're done. Okay, all right, John.
Yes, thank you. Alex, might I ask you a couple questions? Sir, step to the podium, please. Thank you. Great report. Thank you, as always. Very clear, concise. I don't have a lot of detailed questions about the report. Very easy to understand. My question for you is, looking at the base WRF total max bill of $207, that's without the recycling component. And then 241 with recycling, and I'll just skip that, but concentrating on the 207, you do a number of these studies in California, I assume. Can you tell me how this compares as a benchmark to other sewer water combined rates that you might see? And I know I'm putting you on the spot without like exact data, but give me an idea.
I've worked with many agencies, and we do surveys around. This would certainly be on the higher side. If you're looking at both water and sewer rates combined, over $200, $240. It's not the highest out there. I mean, there are some agencies that have $150 monthly sewer bills and $130 water bills. But certainly, if you were to get any kind of chart, you'd be on the not the highest in this, but on the high side compared to most agencies. Typically, sewer bills are $50 a month in that range, and water bills in the same thing. So, certainly this would be
95th percentile, maybe.
Yep.
Okay,
you'd be up there.
Great.
95th, possibly a little higher.
95th percentile. Okay, possibly higher, maybe 98th percentile, 99. Okay, so we know it's 95 or above. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. The question I have, and Mike, maybe this would be for you or John or whomever, Rob, would want to chime in. Looking at the Rancho Colina site, hearing the comments that you made with regard to that, the possibility would be instantly a savings of about $14 million in piping, getting over to the existing site that we are looking at. Is that the number that I'm recalling correctly? In other words, we would eliminate $14 million worth of piping and construction costs?
I think it's closer to about $8 million at Rancho Colina, because it's a little farther out. I know we looked at 8 to 14 million, depending on whether you were at the Rigetti site on the south end, and then at the Rancho Colina site on the north end of the Highway 41.
So, okay, so 8 to 14 then, maybe 10 or something like that. And just to go a step further with regard to Rancho Colina, I believe I understand where we ended up with the landowner, but if at the end of the day today we just said, we're going there, that's the site we should build at, what are, in your mind right now, the major issues that would be constraints that you would advise against, or the negative impacts with regard to the project, not assuming, and I'm agreeing with Marlis on holding off on the reclamation piece right now, just building a wastewater treatment facility?
So, talking through the work that was done at that site, we do have topographic survey, we have boundary survey of the site all the way up to the site. We have not been in regular communication, of course, with the landowner, so I don't know what their position might be on it. The site itself was fairly rocky, and so there's rock excavation that we need to do there. It's fairly significant, that spot. We also would need to engage Caltrans to talk about, the traffic access on Highway 41. If we'd been pursuing them all along, I would have hoped we'd be farther along on that. So there would be schedule delays, and when you look at schedule delays, that turns into real dollars, as we all know. So I think our assumption has been on cost escalation, 2 or 3% a year is what you lose. So if we need to regroup for 3 months, 6 months, you're probably looking at say $500,000 to $1 million somewhere in that neighborhood, just cost escalation. Plus there'd be some additional planning work. I'll let John kind of chime in too.
Yeah, I think the other key constraint there came out of the property owner discussions, where when they limited the city to building in an area that was closer to the highway and also closer to the Rancho Colina community, that really added new constraints. It made it visually more impactful and less compatible with neighboring land uses. And just the fact that there was that limitation also really reduced long-term flexibility and added an element of property owner control or concern in the long term at that site that we didn't anticipate at the beginning.
Rob, anything to add?
Just wanted to add that that was going forward with a willing property owner and negotiation process. There are other ways. I think I put it this way before. Sure. There are other ways that cities can acquire property without a willing property owner, but that takes time to do. In the good old days, we could get an order of immediate possession and start construction right away and fight it out in court later on and settle on the price. Now you do all the negotiations ahead of time, and you don't get the land until the end. That's pretty close, Chris?
Yes, you're looking at 6 to 12 months if you're successful. We're talking about eminent domain, of course.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Thank you. So, if at the end of the day, if we came back and said, and really reaching out to our constituents in the community, they're comfortable, we're comfortable being more in the 50th percentile of sewer water rates. And I'm looking at it this way, when I build a house, I don't ask mom, to go and design the kitchen and the bedrooms and the kids to design their bedrooms and then the game room and then dad's game room and all that. And then all of a sudden have a price that's like, $100 million or whatever for the house. Basically, we have a budget and understand where we want to be, and at the end of the day, we build to that. So I guess if I said that in my research and talking to a lot of people, that almost all those folks would be much more comfortable at the 50th percentile, which would mean a rate of about $120 to $130 sewer and water combined. I guess my question is, does that decimate the project and all the goals that we have? And I know I might be asking a redundant question, but I'm trying to get to the bottom line of really where I think we're headed. What can we afford as a community? And I think we're talking about $130 or $140, at least in my calculation and my benchmarking and all the people I've talked to. And how do we do it for that, I guess, is my question.
Well, but before we even, I'll hand it to Mike in a second, but one thing that's a reality right now is approved rates already get you at 83 on the sewer side, 67 on the water side, which puts you up at 140.50 right there.
I'll give you that.
Doing that. So that's where we're at with doing nothing else. So maybe Mike has more to add, but I think it's unrealistic to think we can really get it anywhere below that.
Okay. I'll give you 160 then, I guess. Close to. At the end of the day, I'm really, I won't go into discussion. It's just a question. If you can't answer it, I get it. I won't
So Mike can just talk through briefly. So the alternative zero project is 140 in the sewer rate, and there's 67 in the water rate. So that's 207 for the Alternative Zero project. We've talked a little bit. Where would we be going to go even less than the Alternative Zero project? Ox ditches and location.
So what we've talked, one direction to us could be, well, what's the lowest cost, tertiary treatment we could do at South Bay Boulevard. So, one concept that could bring down cost could be if you went with oxidation ditch, which is where you wound up with on the last project back in 2013, followed by disc filters. That would be a less expensive plan. And depending on where you locate it on the South Bay Boulevard site, that could bring down capital costs. Will it bring it down to $56 million? No, it's not. It's not going to get you to $56 million, but it could bring it down. Now, that's in some ways it's a departure from your goals because we've gone through this what I think is a pretty rigorous public process to determine what the treatment options should be. We've considered things like emerging contaminants and which are the best treatments to consider, all that sort of thing. But there are projects that. Pismo Beach built an oxidation ditch several years ago, and now they're going to add elements of advanced treatment onto the back of that in order to pursue groundwater injection. And so that's part of their long-term recycled water project. They finished the plant construction in, 2008 or something like that, Rob? I mean, I'm just throwing out that as an example. That could be an option at South Bay Boulevard. One of the advantages of South Bay Boulevard that I personally think through the public process we've been through here, I think the idea that you've got a plant that not a lot of folks could see is a pretty good advantage. And the fact that you don't have, I won't say there are no neighbors, but not many neighbors nearby. We know some folks have concerns with the ag land adjacent, but I still think that's Of the sites you've got, that's the least risky site. Is it the least expensive site? Not necessarily, but I think it has some advantages that, while being the least risky site, you could also find ways to bring down the cost there.
And one more thing also, just to put a little context on rate increases too, especially because a lot of people talk about Cayucas, and it's a slightly different situation because they don't have a water component in theirs. But in their rate increase proposal, I think their current rates are $52, but their project would bring them up to $98 a month. That's $46 more than they're paying now per month. That's a 47% increase. In this case, if we look at the bare bones version, if we have $150 combined sewer and water approved already, and you bring it up to the bare bones 207, that's $57 more dollars compared to the Cayucas 47. It's more, but it's in the same world and ballpark, and actually a less percentage increase than what Cayucas is talking about. To give a little context there.
Yeah, but it's not in my world because I don't want to be in the 98th percentile, nor do these people.
Understood, but the question is to provide some realistic framework for where we're at.
Great. My last question is this. I've heard at a couple of the subcommittees conversation, and I know it's coming up again, about the possibility of what I'll call a second look at the cost estimates for the project. And I liken it to, if I'm going to go have my heart valve replaced, I get a second opinion before I spend $100,000 and or get a doctor that I trust. And so, what do you see as the process for validating by a second entity the numbers that we have now on the table for just the wastewater treatment facility?
There are a number of ways you could pursue it. One thing I would suggest is there are ways if the goal is to build the, for lack of a better term, least expensive tertiary treatment at South Bay Boulevard. There's things we already know that could be done differently. So the question is, how much do you want to spend to bring in yet another consultant after we've had numbers that came from a lot of the Corollo work with CMC, numbers we've put together, numbers Black and Veatch has put together. How many more consultants do you want to bring in to kind of look at it and develop numbers, I guess is the question.
One.
Yeah. So, I would see the couple ways you could go with it is we could put together, an RFP for somebody to do a peer review on the numbers. That could be one approach.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Matt?
Rob, I got a question for you. In terms of the size of the plant that we're proposing, whether or not we go with whatever option or if we go back to an oxidation ditch scenario, could you explain, is it the right size plant given our flow rates for the last number of years? And then could maybe also within that explanation explain what the years is 2017, the last 20 years of flow rates and what they've done?
Flows have gone down for average day. I'll give that. That's mainly due to water conservation. Probably more in the last 5 years than the preceding 15 before that. But what hasn't dropped is the amount of solids that are in the wastewater. So we're still discharging the same amount of organics. And that's one of the components of sizing a wastewater treatment plant is there's hydraulic capacity and there's also treatment capacity for the reductions in those volatile solids through the biological treatment process. Also, we have to look at the higher end of our flows, not just the lower end. We have peaks due to we like tourism here. We have high flows, high dry weather flows in the summertime that other communities may not see. So we need to account for those peaks. Also in the wintertime, we have about a 7 times increase in what our average flow is when it starts to rain because of our older collection system. Now that will improve over time as we do capital projects in the collection system, but it's not going to be all at once, and we have to be able to accommodate all that flow at the site because of the system we've chosen. We're going to have a pump station down at the low point of the city and pumping up to a high point. We have to get all that water that ends up down at the existing treatment plant uphill 2.5 miles to the new site, and that pump station has to be able to handle. There's no options other than that pump station handle that amount of flow, and it has to handle it in all weather, in all conditions. Very redundant, robust system. When it gets to the treatment plant, in order to not oversize the treatment capacity, Black and Veatch has recommended flow equalization, so a big tank up front so they can meter flow out of that into the treatment process to keep the treatment process running kind of at a constant rate. In my opinion, my professional opinion, the plant is right-sized for our community based on the record that was looked at by Black and Veatch, given kind of my general description of how they went about doing that.
And I guess saying that our residents have done such a great job in terms of conservation that there was not too much more we're going to conserve that would affect that flow rate.
Correct. We've done the easy part. Outdoor water use, reducing outdoor water use is relatively easy. I'm not going to say it's super easy to do. Indoor water use is a bit more difficult. And people do go to extremes to save indoor water, buckets in the shower, collecting all that water. But really, the community has only so much patience for that. We've seen in other drought situations where those habits tend to wane over time. So you will bottom out at some point on indoor water conservation.
Got it. And back to earlier, Mr. Alexander had a question and commentary about state water, because when we talk about going to a higher level of water treatment, reintroducing groundwater recharge, and getting off of state water, what are the, in terms of state water, when will our contract run out, and then our debt service, and is that a viable option in terms of staying with state water? And do we know anything for sure about what state water is going to do?
I don't think we know anything for sure about what state water is going to do, because the California water fix is not a done deal, as he said. What the California water fix does, the tunnel projects, is ensures reliability to the south. So right now, up until this year, the whole time that I've worked for this, the 10 years that I've worked for the city, we never saw anything above a 50% allocation. We saw as low as 5. We saw as low as 0 at one point in time, and we were living off of our storage in San Luis Reservoir for that. What the California Water Fix project does is there's environmental constraints and pumping constraints getting the water through the delta. That fixes that with a tunnel project. Those costs will be passed on to contractors. We know that. We don't know exactly what those costs are. Some people say $25 billion. I've heard, $49 billion. I've heard $11 billion. It's a big number. Fortunately, there's a lot of water customers that gets spread amounts, and they're still working how that gets spread out. The local facilities bond, the other point of Mr. Alexander's comment, for the Chorro Valley Pipeline, the Polonio Pass pumping station, the treatment plants, that debt will be retired in 2021, and we'll be saving those costs over time. We just don't know what the Twin Tunnels project, the Oroville spillway fix will cost the state water contractors. That spillway fix, the first part of the contract to fix the part that hasn't failed yet, that contract was, I think, $315 million to fix the part that hasn't failed yet. They're talking about $1 billion to completely fix the spillway. That gets spread out amongst all the state water contractors. There's subsidence in the Central Valley on the canals. The state will end up having to fix this. Remember, this California Water Project is not an infant by any means. It's about as old as the city is. And it needs constant maintenance and capital projects. Because it's a utility, just like we provide water service, all of its customers pay for those costs. At this point in time, I don't think I could recommend that we would completely go off the state water project, stay on the state water project. I think we need more information, which will be provided over the next, you'll see at our next council meeting recommendation to award a contract to Kroll Engineers for the One Water project. That will play into how we deal with our water portfolio well into the future. So I went on farther than probably you asked, but
no, that's all right. We got to get that information out there. And so, Mike, I don't know if this is for you or Chris or or whoever can answer about a 218 vote. So right now, even if we went with a decidedly lower cost of a wastewater treatment plant, we're going to have to adjust our rates and go to a 218 vote. Yes.
If we're going to be increasing the rates from what have already been approved, then yes, we would have to do a 218 procedure.
And so, even with as the suggestions already spoken to, so we'd have to go to a 218 vote. And so, in terms of those limitations, Alex has already spoken to them. Do we have any sort of other limitations with the 218 vote in how many we can do, or how do we figure that out?
The limitations, actually for water and sewer, you get to do, as Alex talked about, a majority protest hearing rather than having to go to a vote of the people. And I guess theoretically you could do that. You have to notice it out 45 days. I suppose you could do a few a year, really, but that's unusual.
I guess by bringing that up, my point is, knowing that we have a wastewater treatment plant that's nearing the end of its 60-plus year life, we are going to have to readjust and improve that facility, moving that facility, as we've already been through a process spending many millions of dollars to keep it there. So when we talk about a 218 vote, we just have to understand that the bigger picture here is to preserve our wastewater treatment plant facility. So I guess with this rate analysis tonight, do you need to plan to let people know that a 218 vote is coming?
As our city attorney said, typically what cities do or agencies do is a resolution of intention that they're going to do the majority protest. So in our time schedule, we had envisioned one of the May meetings as that meeting where council would adopt a resolution of intention to start this majority protest process. Then there's a 45-day period. Then you hold a hearing at the end. The protest needs to be in writing. It's one per parcel, and they are delivered to the clerk by the end of the close of the public hearing. The clerk final counts the protests and relays that information to council whether there or not there was a majority protest.
Thank you.
Red. Rob, before we got state water, we used to pump water out of the aquifer. Is that correct? Through wells.
Yeah. So we have two aquifers that we use historically used for groundwater supply. The Choro Aquifer. If you go out Quintana Road to the very end, Choro Creek Road, and then beyond that off of Highway 1 Caney, we have some wells out in that area. That provides our largest water supply at about 1,180-ish acre-feet a year. And then we have a smaller aquifer in the Morro Valley, 540 acre-feet a year of water right to that. I may be 580 acre-feet a year. In the Morro Aquifer. So we use both of those aquifers historically to provide water. In the drought of the 90s, we were experiencing very low water levels in those aquifers, and actually imposed a building moratorium at that point in time. People had to bring in retrofit. They used retrofit credits, so they would go out and retrofit a whole bunch of toilets around town to get a building permit. The city pursued an emergency desal project, basically at the location that it is right now. Before the building was there, it sat out there on skids. And about that same time, we're also pursuing state water. So state water came online in '97. And we've been a state water customer ever since. There's been some adjustments to the contract. In early 2000s, we added drought buffer onto our state water contract, a little bit of an insurance policy. We pay more for it, but we're protected down to about a 35% allocation. We get 100% of the water.
Okay. But when we were drawing well water out of the ground, it was really bad water, and most people would not drink it, and people were buying bottled water. This was before state water. So if we're going to start pumping water back into that same ground and then drawing it out of the wells, is it going to be equal in quality to the state water that we're drinking now?
Because it'll go through a RO process when we extract it out of the ground, it'll be run through our brackish water treatment at the desal plant. Because we need to have a water treatment plant on the backside of it also, it will be probably purer than state water. In fact, until we add calcium carbonate back into it, it's a little too pure. We have to add hardness back into it so it's not so aggressive on the piping or on the human body. So it will be very pure water. Right now, state water quality is, well, last summer was very, people probably remember what the taste was like. It tastes like dirt. It smelled like dirt. That's because the canal experiences algal blooms, and when that algae dies, the products of decomposition impart those taste and odor issues. Now, they're not a health risk, but it does make the water taste horrible. So we won't be experiencing that through. Even right now, if we turn on our wells, we're running them through the desal plant before we pump them into the distribution system.
Okay, so how much does it cost to run the desal plant?
On the brackish water side, about $1,000 an acre foot.
And are those costs built into the fee increases that we're looking at?
They're built into the existing water rates. So it would be pumping the same water out of the ground that we're pumping right now when we use it. So the assumption, though, is in order to really make this a cost-effective project is there has to be, we have to not be on a take-or-pay contract for state water. We can't be paying for both state water and for groundwater.
Okay. When our contract expires in 2021, if we do not use state water, then our water costs come down.
So the contract doesn't expire. I mean,
the bond expires.
The bond is retired at that point. That's really in the contract. That's our first point to renegotiate state water costs.
But if we're losing that annual bill of $745,000, then can we reduce our rates accordingly?
Yes, we will not be paying that bond cost. So that's about 1/3 of our state water costs is the $750,000 a year bond payment.
So in 2021, our water rate will come down 1/3? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, from this year we paid about $2,200 an acre foot for...
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the monthly water bill to the user.
It could. We haven't done those calculations, so that's 6 years out. It's beyond the time horizon for the existing water rate. So there's other things that are increasing cost also. Operations generally, the cost of electricity goes up 4% a year. Labor goes up. Chemicals go up. So I've not done those calculations personally, so I couldn't tell you what the water rate would be to customers. Our purchase price of water will go down.
Okay. The state revolving fund is a 30-year loan, and the WIFIA is a 35-year loan. So if we get one of those loans or a combination, once those loans are paid off, would our rates come down? I mean, that's 30 and 35 years. That's even farther than 6 years. Is this impossible to predict?
I've never seen it. I think I said this the last time we had this discussion on water and wastewater rates. I guess I've never seen the retirement of the debt on a big project, but we're probably going to have another project at some point in time, near 30 years from now, too.
Okay. Jamie and I attended a lecture here in town a few weeks ago about a new drinking water and energy energy-producing method of treating waste. It's called stage anaerobic fluidized bed membrane reactor. Have you guys heard of that?
Only what I read on the internet about the Stanford project. I couldn't find any full-scale projects.
Yeah, they have a small project on campus.
It's bench and pilot scale project. So
this is okay. So this is must
something
be
that's out there.
too experimental for us to even plan to.
I don't know that we want to be the research arm.
Well, I guess what I was thinking was, could we build something that could later be converted to this? And it sounds as if this is too far off in the future. Because the interesting part of this was that in treating water, they produced energy enough both to run the plant and to sell excess energy, and they also produced a polymer as a commercial product that was saleable. So they ended up treating waste and making money. But, okay, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, great. So just to be clear, we both attended the same meeting. I would, as guests to that, in case, just to ensure that by Brown Act, because I'm linked with, there wasn't that kind of discussion. We just attended the same meeting. Just want to make sure that's clear. So my question is, in 2021, are we required to have water reclamation in 2021 or beyond?
No, you aren't. The only, let me back, you aren't according to Regional Water Quality Control Board. Now, you do have your local coastal plan that you're working on updating that did include a requirement for recycled water when your plant was upgraded. But that's a different issue.
So I talked about the facility master plan, and talked with you earlier about this as well. So the facility master plan, we have the draft, and as I understand it, that'll come back at the time the environmental impact report is done, and then that informs it. The community will inform what that final master plan will look like, as I understand it. So we're looking at, when we look at our facility master plan draft that we have now at 10% design, those are the numbers we're using for the project. Why aren't we using a final FMP to drive the rate study?
I think the way to think of it is you've got a draft facility master plan, much as you'd have a proposed project. Someone wants to build a house, it's proposed, you analyze it, then it's approved. Same thing here. You've got a draft facility master plan, draft water reclamation plan. The environmental impact report studies that, suggests there's impacts, mitigation measures, there's a public process, it all informs it. You certify the EIR, and at that point, you say, okay, based on all this information, we want to go with this project. It's different than the facility master plan, and we want you to somehow modify the facility master plan to be congruent with that vision, and that becomes the basis for the project moving forward.
Just to add a little bit to that, one of the reasons we're at this point where we are is schedule. Schedule to get this project done within the 5-year time frame. We knew that we're going to have to embark on parallel processes. So one way to do a project is do things sequentially. But it takes longer to do things sequentially than it does to operate in a parallel process. So we could wait until the end of the environmental document certification before and have kind of everything finalized in the FMB, then do another rate analysis. That just adds time to the project.
In terms of getting your financing, if you pursue SRF financing, for example, you cannot pursue it or you cannot submit your complete application package until after your EIR is certified. So, but you also need to have your rate increase to improve your chances of getting the funding. You need to have your rate increase passed before that too. So that's the reason the timing is the way we've laid it out. It takes, roughly 9 months for State Water Resource Control Board to review those applications and get back to you with a draft agreement. So that takes a while.
I'll be even a little bit more harsher than Mike. It's a requirement that we have our rate structure in place before anybody's going to loan us any money to build a project. They want to see the ability to repay as any lender does on really any loan.
Okay. So in the facility master plan, Black and Veatch Phase 1 cost estimates for an MBR, just looking at this, the cost estimates, $60 million hard cost, $60 million soft cost. Why is $60 million in soft costs acceptable?
And so you're speaking to the Black and Veatch MBR.
Yeah.
So the Black and Veatch soft costs, you're talking specifically in the facility master plan. Mm-hmm. So those soft costs include subcontractor markup. It included a lot of things that are typically internal to the contractor in their estimates. Now, to pull back from that, one thing you'll notice is our soft costs overall for the program we have roughly 25% for engineering, for design, for administration, for permitting, for procurement and preliminary studies, and then we have another 25% that's contingency. So not thanks. So not soft costs, but contingency. So the Black and Veatch numbers, they're $120 million. They have their subcontractor markup, subcontractor bonds, general conditions, sales tax, their insurance. A lot of that stuff is typically internal to the contractor. We don't typically see those in a lot of cost opinions that you get on public projects.
So when I give a cost opinion for a project that I'm estimating, those costs are not rolled into soft costs, but what I would expect to pay a contractor to do that work. So let's say I'm doing an estimate for a paving contract. I would not categorize subcontractor markup as soft cost. That's what I'm paying the contract. That's a hard cost in my mind. But Black and Veatch, I know, ran this through their construction cost estimating, and that's how they do construction cost estimating, is they look at, they're also a contractor, Black and Veatch is too, so they're looking at it with a contractor's eyes to it and looking at not only the cost of labor and materials, but some of those things that they would not consider hard costs that we as engineers might roll up into the hard costs.
Okay. I think I can get the rest of everything in later on during discussion as well. A lot of people have been waiting, so I'm just going to go ahead and move on to public comment. So thanks for being so patient. Bill Alpert, thank you. And then Ed Griggs.
Good evening. I'm Bill Alpert. I'm a Morro Bay resident, Morro Bay business owner as well. Mr. Mayor and honorable members of the City Council, we're really faced with a momentous decision, and I'm not here to protest the concept of the WRF. And also I'm here, though, operating on the belief that all of us are acting in good faith and in accordance with the best interests of the city. But, as has been stated, our little city doesn't have much experience with projects of this scope. 167, actually 185 million is what I heard tonight. Consequently, we're relying very heavily on paid consultants and experts. and they're paid very well, or at least their bosses are paid pretty well. And they likely don't know what it's like to live on a fixed income, like many Morro Bay residents do. They may or may not have a vested interest in the project, but certainly they have a predisposition or to a certain opinion about the favorite course of action. And so I'm wondering, do all of these people fully appreciate every consideration, every idiosyncrasy of our unique little town? Last night at the town hall meeting, we talked about some relevant issues, I think. As citizens, we want a fully transparent, even-handed governance, and we would like to understand all the options, all the nuances of those options in all their complexity. And even after living here only 3 years, I've come to realize that our citizens, they're capable, they're smart, there are many experts in this room and in this city. And so on a project of this scope, one that might well redefine our financial future and our personal financial futures for many residents, we certainly want to be part of the decision-making process. So I implore you, please don't take this road without creating a fair opportunity for every citizen to participate. To me, that means really laying things out, all the alternatives. I like the idea of the second opinion or the peer review, hopefully from the Toyota guy, not the Lexus guy. All the pros and cons of the various sites and the various treatment methods, and really an honest and what I feel would be a more credible cost figure than this Bartle and Wells study. For the public record, I'm bringing my water bill tonight. It's about $150 currently. That's for two of us. I just find it incredible that a $185 million project is only going to produce.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up.
I'm about done, okay. Mr. Mayor. Thank you. But I just don't find, even at $241, I don't find that the numbers really match up very well. So again, I implore you to go the extra mile to reach every taxpayer, every bill payer, every resident, help us explore every alternative, and even the ones that you may not personally favor in a comprehensive way. Thank you all for your work on this issue.
Thank you, Bill. I know everybody's been waiting, so we need to get everybody on here. Ed Griggs and then Carol Truesdale. Welcome, Ed.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I'm Ed Griggs. I live in Morro Bay at 539 Whidbey Street, and I really appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this by the consultants and the sensitivity on the part of all the commissioners to us people that are on fixed incomes. Now, I am on a fixed income. I'm a disabled veteran, and I take care of a 100% disabled adult's son. He's physically disabled with a form of arthritis. And the concept of paying over $200 a month for water and sewer is just, I can't wrap my mind around that when I look at my future and my son's future. And unfortunately, I wasn't here for last night's town hall meeting. I know that a lot of hard feelings were expressed at that time about those costs, but as I've been listening tonight to a lot of details that I wasn't aware of before, I very much appreciate what I've heard tonight, but when it comes down to the rubber meeting the road, we won't be able to afford over $200 a month for water and sewer. And I'm a conservationist. I'm a retired park ranger, and so I take seriously water conservation. I only use 2 units a month, and I still use a pail in the shower. There's all kinds of things that I do. So I'm doing my part, and I really look forward to voting on this, because if those figures are still in place when I go to the polls, I'm going to vote against this, definitely, and I'll encourage all of my friends and acquaintances to vote no on this Rolls Royce when we could be getting a Ford. Thank you very much, and thank you for all your good work.
Thanks, Ed. Carol Cruisdale, followed by Alice Kolb.
Wow, it's been a long day. My name is Carol Truesdale. I have lived in Morro Bay since 1995 and a homeowner. Illustrious council members and mayor and city staff, and to the Nunley group that put this together. Slow Tribune just posted that $65,000 per year is considered low-income status for the SLO County. The median income for Morro Bay is about $52,000 a year. This is a daunting statistics, especially with the cost of the proposed water reclamation plant considered on the horizon. Some people living in Morro Bay have to have 2 incomes to support their families. The retired members of this community, and I'm one of them, are on fixed incomes. So when increases to fees or important financial decisions are being made in the community, the impact is huge. I mean really huge. Please take a step back and look at other alternatives that would be available to us as it pertains to this WRF program. Dr. Heading said something last night when he said, a surgeon says to a patient that needs a heart transplant, a second opinion would be on my list of an agenda. Please look at a second opinion to help stop the bleeding that our citizens will be facing financially. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. Alice Kolb. And then Bill Martoni.
Yes, my name is Alice Kolb. I live on Ponderosa Street here in town. And I'm also concerned that the cost of the wastewater treatment plant increases each time we're given a progress report, to the point that the projected monthly cost to each household is unaffordable. I'm therefore asking the council also to seek a second opinion on the cost of the facility and its operation, and find a reasonable and responsible way to build what is necessary at a more affordable cost. Morro Bay needs to treat sewage at a cost that our residents can pay for, and in a location that does not destroy the quality of life in any of our neighborhoods. Please secure the second opinion regarding the projected cost of this facility, and we need to decide which of our previously identified goals are affordable. And we've heard lots of comments about Cayucas and whether that's a viable option or not. I think somebody official needs to get something concrete in terms of talking to them, because I hear one thing from one person and something else on the other side, and we don't know what's real. So I'd appreciate if you'd pursue that and get back. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill Martoni. And Kerrigan, man, you're up, Kerrigan.
Good evening again, Bill Martini. I think the big issue here is not so much what you're going to build, where you're going to build it, and again, it's right down to cost. And where we originally started out to build the plant on site was going to be $35 million, Cayucas and Morro Bay sharing that fee or that cost. And then to move it to another site at that time was going to cost, if you moved it 2 million or 2 miles, it was about $1 million a mile. So to move it inland, we were looking at the same plant, 35 million, 2 miles inland. It made a lot of sense. What I can't wrap my head around is Los Osos just built a recycling plant, state-of-the-art, that can accommodate Morro Bay and Cayucas capacity-wise. And it was supposed to come in at $35 million. It went up to $45 million because they picked a bad site, and I think it ended up under $50. And that was about a year ago. That's the figures I've heard. And is there any chance if we took that same contractor and built that same site here that they could build it for that same price now? Because I do, and I'm just mainly dealing with a $50 million plant that's online now that recycles water in Los Osos and has capacity. It was actually built when you were mentioning 10,000 people it's supposed to accommodate. I think it's 1.4 is its capacity, and it was Los Osos is currently about 14,000 people, and they have a build out around 21,000. So I think it's geared up for somewhere in that range. But that said, if they can bring that online for in the $50 million range, it seems like why can't we duplicate that a year, price-wise? I understand a little inflation, but I can't understand 3 times, 4 times the amount. And that's the biggest problem. It's 2 miles from South Bay Boulevard to where you can gravity feed into the Los Osos plant. So it's not the 8 miles. They can add a cell or two for, I was told by the county it was an extra $20 million. And Cayucas has expressed interest. I've lived there 35 years in Cayucas. I've talked to members. They are interested if we are their customer or some arrangement. It was mainly just a political, butting of the head. So that's a really excellent option. Toro Creek is a good location. But you have 2 other places to look at. The third and last point is Tri-W inside the city limits. I never heard you discuss it. It was a mile closer. You were inside the city limits. You didn't need to annex. There's places that are out of sight. They don't affect neighborhoods. You could have used or at least looked at that site, which I think was far superior. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Kerrigan Mahan. And then Terry Simons.
Good evening. Thank you, City Council, Mayor. John, I was there last night and listened to everything. I feel like it's been a staff, you gentlemen. I feel like it's been kind of a baptism under fire for me, whatever the expression is. I've learned so much over the course of such a short period. The last thing I would even begin to comment on at this point are the nuts and bolts and the details of all of this. It's huge. It's much, much bigger than I had any idea. And that being said, the money, it's too much. You got to figure it out. We can't do this. You're going to turn this town upside down. The long-term ramifications, you're talking $200 a month. It's not going to be $200 a month. It's going to be $250. It's going to be $3. It's going to be $350. This thing can run over budget. All kinds of bad things can happen. I equate it to making a big fat tentpole movie with a bad script. And they keep, you know what stage you're all in now? You're in the development stage. And you're the studio. And you keep throwing money at this mess. I can point to 100 films that did this. They all come out losers. Lots of money is lost. This is going to turn this town upside down. Now, I'm not angry. I'm concerned. This is big, and it's a lot bigger than the tourist thing. With all due respect, I would have liked to have seen us come up before that. Tourism is very important. Very. But this takes precedence over tourism right now. This is a mess. $185 million. Let's look at some other alternatives. Let's really get in and dig. And I'll join you. Let's sit down and figure this out, but we can't do this. I'll leave you on this note. And I haven't looked into it. I have no idea of what I speak. What if we do nothing? what are they going to do? Fine us? No, seriously. How much is it going to cost? So what? Fine us. Now, it's not going to cost $167 million and $400, $300, $250 a month. So do nothing. Check that out. Thank you.
Thanks, Kerrigan. Terry Simons.
I'm Terry Simons, a resident of Morro Bay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff, and consultants. I'm glad to be back here again. I, too, attended last night's town hall meeting. And at the very end of the meeting, which was what I described as a good news, bad news meeting with no good news, the good news that I asked for at the very end of the meeting was, well, at the end of the day, you can go down to the beach, you can breathe some of the freshest air on the California coast, and you'd look at some of the most beautiful sunsets on the California coast. That's a lifestyle. It's a 95 percentile lifestyle. If you want a 50% lifestyle, I came from Porterville. I'm not moving back there. Go to Bakersfield, go to Porterville, build your 50% sewage and wastewater treatment plant in Bakersfield or Porterville. We deserve a quality, high-end, long-lived, well-conceived, complete project. I've known Rob for 25, 30 years. You asked me last night, who's watching the store for the city? Rob Liveck's an excellent engineer. He's been on this project. He's been with the city for a long time. You have a consultant group. I've watched them work. I've hit them with some hard questions. They've come back strong. I think they've well on the way of developing a good program. You've got an excellent city manager. I hope we don't lose him. He's really just beginning to come into his own and being able to put this stuff together. Go for the whole package. The city can afford it. The people can afford it. The community needs this for the next 60 years. The people in this community are worried about their children and their grandchildren. Well, bite the bullet and build the right plant now. Don't try to piece it together. I've been a builder and a developer and a design builder my whole life. When people ask me, well, can you build this and then add that, and will I save money? I said, no, you're going to spend a lot more money, because every time I have to remobilize to the site, every time I have to start over with a new design or figure out how to integrate the pieces of the project as we go forward, it's going to cost you more money, and it's not going to be as good a project, and it's not going to be as effective or cost effective. You have a good project, you have a real need. You have bureaucratic agencies above and beyond your control breathing down your neck. You need to bite the bullet. You need to do the politically strong thing, show some political willpower, and make this thing work. There's probably money to be saved. You want a second opinion? With the RFP and RFQ process, you have hard money bidders coming in telling you what they'll do this. They'll name that tune. That's your second opinion. You've got to get the project to that point. You don't have to do the complete engineering package. You do the basic model of what you want, and then you turn it over to the guys who are really going to build it. There's your second opinion. They'll tell you what it's going to cost. If it doesn't work then go back to the Coastal Commission and say, hey, we have an economic hardship. We have to build a plant at the existing site. I think they will let you do that then. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Betty Winholtz. I don't have any more speaker slips. Anybody else for public comment?
Good evening. I think what the last speaker said about let's do it all at once, I agree with. I don't think when you have a base plant that's already $120 million and your recycle is maybe, I don't remember the number, 40, 50 more, it's the base plant that's your issue here. It's not the add-on of the reclamation. The base plant's too high, and I think many people have expressed that to you, both directly at the mic as well as their reactions in the audience. What you have never done and continue not to do, and apparently at the wishes of your consultants, is that you've never defined the project. You continue to not define the project. So we don't know what you're including in those numbers. What you gave us in this report is here's the plant with and without reclamation. But you haven't said, is the yard being moved? Are the desal plants being moved? Is this being moved? We have no idea what the line items are. We have not still, after 10 years, seen those figures. So we don't have a project description. You've got to go back and change your goals. Your goals do not, as was reread by the mayor tonight, it talked about everything in terms of cost effective. Cost effective is the thing you've left out of everything, and that's the reaction that the audience is giving you tonight. And we don't care what the community goals said back in the day. We need to know what the goals are today. It's the cost, it's reclamation ready, and it needs to be under $72 million. Whatever the current thing is that you've already committed us to. I think that you need to look at not doing the 218. You need to stay within the budget that we gave you 2 years ago. We need to hear other kinds of designs, other kinds of projects. We have multiple times said to you that here's a community in West Virginia that's done it this way. Here's a community down in Santa Paula that's done it this way. None of those options have ever been revealed to us here with this consultant. So we don't know what those other options are, and that's probably why the suggestion of a peer review is important. Last thing about the fees, and because we've done a good job on conservation, I don't like the idea that homes are going to be paying more than condos or RVs. The same number of people live in both houses. Everybody doesn't have a yard anymore. And so I don't think that condos and people living in smaller units use less water any more than those of us that live in houses, because we all conserve as much as we can. And like the man that brought his bill here tonight, a base bill is no longer $62. It's the $150. So that needs to be put into your pot of information as well.
Thanks, Betty. That concludes our public comment, and I'm just scanning the audience. I don't see any hands, and I don't have any more speaker slips, so I'll close public comment. Thanks, everybody. And we'll get into discussion. I'm going to turn to my right, and Marlis is going to lead off, and we're going to get through some discussions here and laid some groundwork in there, but
okay,
go right ahead.
Yeah, I'll start. I have been told many times that building a new sewer plant is the most difficult issue that a community ever faces. It's not only messy business, but people don't want it near them, and they don't want to pay for it, and yet it has to be done. So we have to stay on track. We have to keep moving on this project. My suggestion is that we move forward with a Phase 1 project. We do not give up our goal of recycling water, but we stick with just building a plant that we can later add a recycling reclamation component to it. My reasons for not moving forward with the recycling at this point is that, first of all, there's this concern about the cost. So we have to keep the costs down to what the community can afford. When we can't afford those rates, especially if we have to get bond financing and it goes to $287 a month, that's just way outside of what we could pay for. That actually represents an annual cost of $3,444. And that would make our affordability index here 6.5%, which we said was the recommended is 3%. So we really have to, and of course that impact is worse on the lower income people because our town is not a bell curve. We don't have a lot of people around the median. We have a lot of people at the high end and we have a lot of people at the low end. And the truth of the matter is that 50% of the students at Del Mar in elementary school are eligible for free or reduced cost lunches. So we have to be concerned about those people. The second reason for moving forward with Phase 1 only is that we are right now in the process of talking about a One Water plan, which is talking about all of our water resources and how they're going to combine in the future to provide us with a single way of looking at water. That means maybe what we really want to do is expand the use of our desal plant. Maybe we want to collect and reuse rainwater or stormwater. Maybe we mix water conservation. I think it's premature to move forward with water reclamation with this method when we don't have we don't know how it fits into a One Water plan. It's putting the cart before the horse. The third reason is that technology in water reclamation is rapidly changing, and it's possible that direct potable reuse will be regulated in California in the future. There are already plants doing that. The facility master plan includes an entire chapter on DPR, and it could be the more cost-effective way to recycle our water. By completing Phase 1 first, we would be poised to take advantage of these newer technologies. The fourth reason is if you read the water reclamation plan closely, when it talks about the two alternatives that involve injecting treated water into the Morro Basin, there are a lot of ifs and mights. It could work. The report states that additional testing would be required to prove that this method would work. In other words, it's not a model that has been fully vetted. And the final reason is that the proposed injection wells alternative does not meet the goal of being cost-effective. State water currently costs us about $2,100, $2,200 an acre foot, and that might decrease when we pay off the pipeline loan. And the cost for water using the injection well alternative is $2,800 per acre foot if all 1,119 acre feet that is injected into the basin is actually reclaimed and reused, and less if it's or more if we don't use all of it. So I honestly think that alternative zero in the water reclamation plan and the proposed rate study may not achieve the goals that the community has set. So we may have to revisit our goals if we go with the zero alternative. So that's something to consider. At its December meeting, the council received a draft of the facilities master plan, and we provided feedback to staff. Focus on the wastewater treatment facility, Phase 1, and try to get the cost down. The WRF-CAC made similar recommendations. I think we need to follow through with that, and I think that there are costs in that facility master plan that can be brought down, and we can get a more cost-effective Phase 1 project. And I'm just going to name one or two. The proposed maintenance and administration and operations facilities are more than double the size of what we currently have in our wastewater treatment plant. It really sounds fancy to me. I'm also worried that the contingency is too large, and I'm worried that there are no incentives in the current plan for design builder to share the risks. I think some of the soft costs should be capped, not based on a percentage of the project, and some of those percentages are too high. So I want to move forward with a real close look at the Phase 1 project for just a treatment plant with the capability of adding reclamation as a Phase 2 at some point in the future. But we need to get the cost down first. So that's my comments.
Thanks, Marlis. John?
Could you repeat that?
No,
I'm kidding.
Actually, I have more to say.
Do you do?
I do, yes. I forgot. I have another page.
Oh, I thought you were done.
I know. But I know I want to say this because I think it's important. I think it's important for the community to hear.
My position to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Well, that's my first position. I know there's a lot of talk in the community about fighting a Prop 218, but I urge all of you to reconsider, because if the Prop 218 vote fails, the costs will only escalate higher. It's important to keep in mind that the Coastal Commission denied the permit for the project to rebuild the facility at its current location by a vote of 13-0, chastising the city for wasting its staff's time on a project that they kept saying didn't have a chance of passing. It's in the floodplain, tsunami zone, visitor serving area, to name a few. We are not going to build on the beach. We have just gone through an exhaustive search process to locate a site. And I think all of you in the audience, especially those that are considering other options, I urge you to read the staff report that is part of the City Council agenda for May 10th, 2016. It includes a detailed comparison of the 5 potential sites for the WRF: Rancho Colina, Rogetti, now South Bay Boulevard, Chevron, and Madonna. These were narrowed down from 17 original sites. It includes an analysis of the opportunities and constraints, regulatory and permitting issues, environmental and physical site issues, and most importantly, costs. It also includes a letter from Morro Bay to Cayucas asking if there is any interest in partnering on a joint project, as well as the response from the Cayucas CSD that says quite emphatically, no, they are already on their way to a new project. So before suggesting that we should build the plant somewhere else, people better tell us where that's going to be, because we've evaluated all of the viable options in our community or nearby. And it's important to remember that we are currently operating under a waiver from the Regional Water Quality Control Board that permits us to dump wastewater that is not treated up to current state standards, so long as we are continuing to make progress on building a new wastewater treatment facility. When we are no longer making progress, the board can fine us substantially, and Rob can tell us how much they can fine us substantially. So, now I'm done. Thank you.
I thought I saw a second page. That's why I was thinking. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I wanted to thank the previous council members that preceded at least my tenure here, because they started a process that established the goals that we have now that we're dealing with. And I also want to thank staff for a tremendous amount of work that has continued, our consultants as well, and also the community who has come out on a number of occasions, and now for the first time, I believe we have a full picture of fully what the cost impact is going to be. And, all the way along, it's really been about, at least to the people I've talked to, yeah, I want a quality project, but how much is it going to cost me at the end of the day? And that's really been the major issue. And we have, in my mind, a very good understanding of what that'll be. And it's unacceptable. It's just unacceptable. So I have heard through the WRFCAC, the CFAC, and also the PWAB, this notion of further vetting the existing costs of the project. I also believe and agree with what Marla said, that technology is changing rapidly, and that to hurriedly build a reclamation facility at present may not be in the best interest of the city. However, in the long run, I do believe the goal should be to get off of state water and attain water independence. Right now, I don't believe that full concept is affordable. I do believe that because I have personally discomfort with the numbers, that a second opinion by a qualified peer reviewing entity for not large dollars, I think somebody said a Toyota versus a Rolls-Royce or whatever, a Lexus, is an important step to take. It doesn't take a long time. We don't have to significantly pause the process. But I need to have a clearer understanding through a second opinion of the cost of building the wastewater treatment facility that will satisfy the goals that we have established, or we need to, as a council, step back and reevaluate our goals and change the goals. So if we're going to live within the current goals, Number one being to build a cost-effective project. I do believe that it would involve the components that I've outlined. One, a peer review or a second look at the existing costs that have been estimated to do the project. Number two, an evaluation of the goals by the City Council. And three, further input through a meeting that will occur, I believe, on May the 3rd from the WRFCAC, the CFAC, and I even think the PWAB should be invited to that, to give them our feedback and ask them to give input on the information that we're bringing forward. The issue of Cayucas and Los Osos continues to come up, and I think all of us and many of you have talked to people in both communities, and you hear this and you hear that. I'm not sure how to get to the bottom line of what's what in terms of the even a possibility, I should say, of coming together and doing anything with either of those entities. But I do think it's worth a visit by the established council team that we have, and we have a designated team on the City Council that certainly could go out and talk to the appropriate representatives and at least vet for us other council members and the community just what the options might be or the considerations might be, so that we could put to bed the notion that we might be able to do something with Los Osos, or we might be able to do something with Cayucas. And I still, hear yes and no and maybe from many of us and you, depending upon the day that we speak to one another. And so, to summarize, a very short pause, not a stoppage of the work project, a second look at the cost of building a wastewater treatment facility on the existing site, a reevaluation of the goals by the City Council, a further vetting by the CFAC, WRFCAC, and PWAB at the meeting on the 3rd, and that would mean inviting the PWAB to that. And lastly, a vetting of Cayucas and Los Osos by reaching out to the appropriate hierarchy at those two entities to just have a discussion to find out what's real, what the numbers really are, and if there are any options recommended by our subcommittee that I trust in vetting that out. And so, again, thank you all for all the work that you do and that you continue to do. And this may well be one of the biggest decisions that we make during our tenure, no matter how long it is. It may define our tenure here sooner or later. So thank you for that, and I'll stop there, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, John. Matt?
I'm totally into looking at option 0, looking into seeing, but also with that option 0, the simplifying. I'd like to, just as already been said, I won't try to repeat it or won't repeat it. But in terms of saving money, in the bare bones concept, the South Bay site is best, I do believe. The threat of litigation at the various different sites and problems have slowed this down, and I think the South Bay site, we're moving ahead. So I'd like to try to keep that going and find the best way through the process. And then I agree that we will, looking at keeping this simple. If we stay with South Bay with option 0, we are going to have to reevaluate our goals just to be consistent with the goals we're making. And with that, everything else has been said. That's it.
Thanks, Red.
The cost of this really bothers me. But let me tell you a couple of things that I've done. On March 13th, I sat down with Robert Enns and Rick Kuhn in the Cayucas Sanitary District office because I wanted to find out, as doing due diligence as a council member, if there was any possibility of our two communities coordinating a single water project that could serve our mutual needs at a cost that would be reduced for both of us. And that was the way I posed the question to them. And I said, in any kind of relationship that they could envision, whether we would participate in the cost of building the plant, or if we would be their customers. They'd build a larger plant and sell their service to us. And the response was, sure, let Morro Bay rewrite their EIR using the Cayucos site. They thought it would be physically possible. It would not be popular in Cayucos. It would require 2 headworks, a second facility. They thought it was very constructible. We would have to install our own pipeline, and they'd have to be large enough to take our effluent. In the end, they thought it was surprisingly doable. So a few days later, I sat down with Mr. Buckingham and with Rob and told them about the conversation. And subsequently, they called Rick Kuhn, who is the operator for the facility. And it turned out that, no, we could not share a single facility because they were applying for a USDA loan that was available only to people of a population of less than $10,000. So we could not be their customer. We could not participate in a single facility. However, we could buy land next to theirs, buy land from them, and we could build next to them. If we did that, it turned out that our infrastructure costs would be the same as using the South Bay location. So that looked as if it wasn't going to work. On April the 18th, I talked to Mark Hutchinson, who is the Deputy Director of Public Works for SLO County, about possibly using the Los Osos plant. He told me that the Los Osos plant is designed to process 1 million gallons a day. They are 85% connected now, and when they achieve 100% connection, they expect to use half their capacity. So they would have available 500,000 gallons a day for us to use. And perhaps we could use that for the next 5 to 10 years until they require more capacity. However, we're processing more than 1 million gallons a day. Our maximum flow during tourist season, the peak day and the peak month, is 1.02 million gallons per day. So their 500,000 gallon a day capacity was not going to work for us. It would, and if we were going to use the recycle water goal that our community had chosen, we would have to pipe influent to Los Osos and then pipe treated water back to Morro Bay. And Mr. Hutchinson thought that sending sewage by pipeline through either State Park or underneath the estuary might pose some problems. Are you going to have to call for a vote?
We might as well do it now, but whenever you want. Okay. So, pardon the interruption. So
Sure.
I'll just make a motion that we go beyond 11 o'clock, and I need a second.
Well, I'll second.
Thanks, Red. And so we have a motion. Mayor Irons, a second by Red. That's great. Discussion. Time certain to 11:30. Is that agreeable?
Yeah, this goes against my campaign pledge, but this is really important. So.
Okay, so we'll go to 11:30.
Okay.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Was that an aye? Okay.
I have my mic on, but yes, that's an aye.
So motion passes 5-0.
Okay. I've heard some support for taking a short pause to reevaluate the cost of what we're doing. And there are a couple of things that, in my mind, argue against doing that. One is we're operating under the temporary waiver from the Water Quality Control Board, which makes us subject to a fine if we don't do our due process. We're also operating a 60-year-old plant that could break down any time and require major and costly repairs. As to the water reclamation, the recycle. This is a community goal that was set in 2014 through a public process, the same process we're going through now. And I'm not ready to abandon that. Our reclamation plan shows that we could build a new minimal treatment plant for 123. The full plant with recycle is going to be $44 million more. Over 30 years, by recycling and reusing that water, we expect to save about the same amount in purchasing state water. So we're going to pay an extra $44 million to recycle water. We'll save 35 to 40 million in water costs, and we will be water independent. The incremental cost of recycled water for both operations and capital is $35 a month. And by putting the recycled water option into the project, that gives us a better chance of getting grant funding, which is free money and doesn't have to be repaid. I want to give the council some numbers so everybody can see what we're looking at. And there it is. It's on the overhead. So we have already approved sewer and water rates through 2020 up to $150 a month, and that's $83 a month for sewer and $67 a month for water. Currently, the base rate is $114.50. Excuse me, $128 as of July 2017. Coming up, July 2017 be $128. 2 years later, it will go to $150. The Bartle Wells study says that in order to build a basic plant without recycled water, rates need to increase to $212 by the end of 2025. And this is for single-family residents. Adding the drinking water increases the rate to $247, which is an additional $35 a month. I don't see any way to avoid paying for the basic plant. The only question in my mind is to decide whether we want to pay an additional $35 a month for safe, clean drinking water for the foreseeable future. I have been told that when Whale Rock Reservoir was constructed in 1981, the city of Morro Bay decided to not share the cost because it was too expensive and we didn't need the water. Now, I don't know if that's the complete story, but it's apocryphal. I'm not willing for this city to face a water emergency some years in the future and have our children look back and wish that we had paid $35 a month for recycled water and water independence when we had the chance to do it. Is that going to look like a bargain 30 years from now? I think it's vital that Morro Bay become 100% water independent, and that's what we're shooting for with this project. We don't know how expensive state water will be in the future, and we don't know what climate change will do to us. And I believe we have to be able to produce our own safe, clean drinking water. I know that a lot of our residents are on lower fixed incomes, and the big question for me is, what can we do to help the people who are going to struggle to pay for the plant? The city already has a low-income utility discount program. If you come to the front desk in City Hall and show Kathy that you qualify for the PG&E low-income discount, you're automatically enrolled in the city's program. At the present time, that's an $8 discount, and that's not very much. But it doesn't come from the general fund. It doesn't come from any water or sewer rates. It comes from delinquency receipts for late payments. By law, it cannot come from water or sewer rates. So if we want to increase the amount of money available to help people with the new rates, where can we look for that money? I would like to propose that we look at the PG&E settlement that we're going to receive for the Diablo closure. It's currently scheduled to come in two parts. A lump sum of $497,000, which is specifically restricted to help plan and implement ways to ease the economic impact of the closure. In addition, however, there will be 9 annual payments of $104,716 to be made every September 1st starting in 2017 for 9 years. And this is not a done deal. This is before the PUC right now for exact amounts and timing. But these money amounts have been agreed to by both parties. So right now, we have 1,000 people. We think we have 1,000 people in the city who are 1,000 ratepayers eligible for the utility discount program. We have about 100 people who are participating for the $8 a month. If we use the Diablo settlement of $104,000, for 250 ratepayers of the 1,000 people eligible, we could forgive $34, which is the cost, the monthly cost of the water component. If we had half of the eligible people apply, we could give them $17 a month. It's not a lot, but it's something. The $104,000 is designed to help the city offset the loss of the unitary tax revenue that we currently get from Diablo Canyon. So over time, as the plant closes down, the city revenues will reduce by about $150,000 a year. Well, that will happen in 2025. That's when we lose the unitary tax. Between now and then, I propose that we use the $104,000 to supplement our utility discount program to help people pay the higher fees and gradually phase ourselves out, adjusting our budget through the 10-year budget forecast. So there was, in the Bartle Well study, there was the additional option of how to collect, either in monthly bills or adding it to the property tax. And I want to differentiate between renters and homeowners. I think it's more likely that our lower income residents are renters, and I would like to maximize protection for them by specifying how we collect the money. If we assess the water rate on the users, on the occupants, that's the fairest way to collect the water usage. That would mean a monthly water rate bill that is $58 today would rise to $101 in 2025. And right now, occupants are paying $128 a month with the combined water and sewer rates. The sewer rate, the increase in sewer rate, I think could be based upon ownership and assessed to the property owner through the annual property tax assessment. So if the property owner is a lessor, and this is added to the property tax, it's tax deductible. And certainly the increased assessment for the sewer would be passed through to the renter, but not at its full value because it's a tax deduction. Putting the sewer rate on the property tax should also reduce delinquency rates, because the property tax assessments come from the assessor's office without whether they are received on time or not, and the county takes the delinquency. Monthly water bills would be less than they are now, so they would be more likely to be paid on time, lowering the delinquency rate. So, contrary to my three esteemed predecessors, my position is that we should continue to build the water treatment plant. We should recycle the water using the IPR process. I propose adding the annual PG&E settlement to our low-income utility discount program. Proceed with the Prop 218 hearing to raise rates in accordance with the Bartle Wells study that includes water recycling. Assess the water rate as a monthly bill to residents and assess the sewer rate on annual property tax assessment. So
that's it? Okay. Okay. We're not going to make it by 11:30, folks, and I'm going to condense my remarks so we can work on this, but I'll just make a few because I know, and I wanted to clean up some remarks from the public as well. Thanks for clearing up some of the cayucas read on that. Tri-W, Mr. Martoni talked about Tri-W. He's not here, but we've talked about that several times and heard those remarks more than a couple times. But Tri-W, this site towards the roundabout area has been vetted. We don't need to go into that. It's been vetted more than a couple of times. And then the Prop 218, staying with the initial Prop 218 that we passed 2 years ago, public comment on that as well. Rob, I know we didn't clarify that, but you did that during our Public Works Advisory Board meeting where we did the Bartle Wells report, and I'll just speak to that because I think what was important 2 years ago when we increased the rates, we did so because we had to for our water. And while we were doing that, we did a water rate study and a wastewater study. We had to because we were not fulfilling our state contract that requires us to meet a 1.25% debt coverage ratio. So we've now, and we had some opposition to that, but we have to be able to fulfill that. So we are now fulfilling our contractual obligation by the state to deliver water to us. So that was a must. And frankly, the history of that was 20 years. We didn't raise our water rates for 20 years. We should have been doing that more frequently than that. And when we increased the wastewater rate, we understood, and it was clear that we were increasing our wastewater rate based on an assessment at that time with Cayucas. And we knew then that we would have to come back at a later date to do that. So that was kind of the premise behind where we were at in increasing those rates. I think it's important to clarify. We knew that we were going to have to come back and look at what an increased wastewater rate would look like. Also interesting, we continued to get comments up until this year that we have to do water recycling. It started raining this year, but up until this year, during the drought, every single meeting, everybody was supporting. We have to do water reclamation. I believe that we have to fulfill that as well. It's something we should do, and the discussion on the floor will be how we go about doing that. I won't get too much further into that because I think we need to drill down and get through the discussion at hand and how we're getting ahead. I'm looking down at my notes. There's probably more, but enough. Really, a lot has been said, and a lot of work has been done. So I think there's some suggestions on reevaluating some things, but I think most of that's been addressed. We have two opposite proposals going on here. So now, how we come together on that, I think we've been very diligent about our remarks since December about lowering the cost. I'm in favor to maintain the reclamation goal, but I'm also supportive of the phased approach. I understand the fulfilling it all at once, and in some of the conversations we were having earlier in the day with staff, is that we move ahead with a phased approach, phase one. Granted, we won't be able to get the grants if we're not doing water reclamation, and I wouldn't, complicating it by committing to phase one and then keeping the door open for reclamation. I think it'd complicate things. So really, we probably should commit one way or the other, because if we get a year into this project and then grants come up and says, hey, you know what, we can fund the whole thing. Is that a question that we have to consider, because everything was paid for. But I think at this time, for me and Red, I appreciate all the work on that. It was an amazing report, and very, very thoughtful and creative on coming up with the solution for affordability. But at this point, I'm more in support of doing a phased approach, and I think there's a list of other things that we need to drill down on. And I just want to say one more thing, because it's actually 11:23. I look at the other, and we said 11:30. Scott Graham has stayed here for this item all night. We've got the general plan update. I think we can get through just that first section of it and not do the whole thing. So I would like to at least take the 10 minutes that it would to at least hear that and take action on that. I think there's consensus to do so, and if there's not, everybody can say that. But I'd like to be able to at least get through that item after we're done. So I'm going to stop there. We need to work this out. And John, you've got some comments, and I'm going to take notes on how we're going to make a motion. And then Matt as well. You're signaling to me, so I was signaling,
and I'm just trying to, because you added something else, and I was thinking about that. But no, my comments are this. I'll drop my comment about Los Osos and Cayucas, since Mr. Davis has vetted that to my satisfaction, and if the others don't feel that way, that's fine. It's similar to the information that I thought was most correct that I heard recently. And so that validates that. But so I would pull that off of the table. I also appreciate the significant amount of work that Mr. Davis has done. However, I'm not willing to pull economic development money from PG&E when we are in financial difficulty in the general fund, and are just hearing today the beginning of an economic development plan that will require some funding in order to help secure the future of the city, just from a general fund standpoint. So I can't support pulling any dollars from that, nor can I support anything that continues to approach the rates that put us as a community in the 99th percentile in the state. That's the issue for me. I'm not sure I don't care who you look at or where you look at it, if you look at the rates, and that's why I asked the question, those rates, if we raised them to the levels in the study, would put us at the 99th percentile in the state, and that's a significant outlier position that I just don't think I could vote for and feel comfortable facing the individuals that I see in the audience and in the community. And so where I've landed is I agree with what you said, Mayor, about a phased process. I think technology will develop rapidly, and I don't want to lose sight of that goal, but I think it could be phased. And the second part is, I think if we could rapidly, I don't think I said pause, but if we could just rapidly get a second cost opinion on the wastewater treatment facility, and I don't know, I kind of asked Mike how we might do that, but I don't know how long that will take, and if we could at least get that information back, I do think we need a second look, and so I'm comfortable asking for that second look to try to get an understanding of the cost of just the wastewater treatment facility, phasing the water reclamation facility in at a later date, and considering a further input, which will happen on the 3rd from the committees that I mentioned, and forgetting about Los Osos and Cayucas and not moving further with any other discussion there. So I'll leave it at that.
Matt, Red, any other comments?
Well, looking at the recommendation for this item, we're receiving a rate study. And so in terms of the conversation that's been put out here so far, I'm just wondering what are we going to do to proceed with this? Are we going to move to accept this rate study and do, as we talked about, looking for a second opinion with the rate structure? Do we want to say that we want to go with the reclamation in a staged approach? So I'm just looking in terms of trying to finalize this.
Yeah.
How do we want to proceed?
I think we can start with a motion, and maybe it takes a couple to get there. But I think we might have one if you want to give it a go.
I wanted to just respond just briefly to John's comments about a second opinion. I thought seriously about that and came to the conclusion that I wasn't sure we would actually get a really valid one, and it would delay the project. And I think if we can direct staff to look for ways to cut costs in the existing proposal, these numbers from Black and Veatch, from what I've heard, they're reputable, and they probably are what things cost. And so you can ask somebody to go through and look at this, but they're going to say, well, yeah. But we have to look at ways. Is this more than we need? And so I would be willing to ask staff to just go through this carefully so we could move forward. So I don't know what you think about that. Yes, I am.
No, I'm not comfortable with it. I don't believe. I think I've mentioned it a number of times. I've not, and it's driven by the goals. I understand that. And so I can't fault the consultants for that. But at the end of the day, when we're talking about $160 million worth of project, a short pause to have somebody not just look at the existing numbers, but also what an alternative build might look like. I'm not just talking about validating what we have here, but an alternative build or project that is less expensive. And what that means in terms of how it impacts our goals is really where I was headed. So that's the major component of the cost in terms of the rates. Okay. That's it. That's why I'm saying it.
I think let's get there and go ahead, John, or excuse me, Mike.
Yeah, if I could just, and I don't know if this is the point where I should ask for some clarity on that, or if you want to discuss more. But just so when you mention like an alternative bid, I would think like, would you like to look at a different treatment process, or would you just like to vet costs? Because if we look at a different treatment process, that obviously is going to have a little longer schedule, and a little longer time frame than if we just analyze costs. But and I'm looking for council direction on that. I'm glad to go either way. It doesn't,
Mike, it was not being an engineer. It's difficult for me to kind of in my mind understand. What I'm really trying to get at is a process to. I know Marlis is mentioning that, having you look at that and your team internally make recommendations on different treatment processes and cost variables associated with that. I might be comfortable with that, but I'm also thinking that with the magnitude of the project, I'd have a good level of comfort just getting another outside person to come in and just say, hey, yeah, this looks good. You do a first blush, and I'm not talking about a full ranged vetting process where we go through a 6-month look that's really expensive and costs a lot of money. I guess I would be willing to entertain maybe your recommendation or your proposal on what you might be able to do in terms of alternatives and alternative cost scenarios. I'm looking at ways to decrease the cost of the treatment facility. That's all I'm looking at.
Let me make a suggestion here. Something that I've been involved in the past, as far as value engineering goes, was on highway projects. We put together a team of basically volunteer engineers from other agencies, bought them lunch, basically is what we paid them, and we locked all of us in a room together and we tore the project apart. We didn't really didn't do the cost estimating portions of it, but said, here are some suggestions, designer, cost out these options. For example, there was a very expensive sound wall in the project, and we had a bunch of concrete demolition. Why don't we recycle that concrete as the sound wall was one of the alternatives we came up with. And it was a very quick process to get the ideas out there. Now, it was work for the designer to put some cost to there, but it gave them an alternative way to look at things that they maybe hadn't looked at before. That might be a quick, rather inexpensive way to get started on this project. We could use our peers from other agencies that have recently experienced projects, wastewater projects. City of San Luis, I know they could send staff. Pismo,
County.
Paso,
County's just done a project.
County's just had a project. And if it doesn't work, we've wasted half a day.
And the thing I could add to that is we could be involved to help facilitate and help crunch numbers off of the Black and Beach numbers and that kind of thing. So I think that could help turn it into here's a dollar impact of those items. Be similar to doing value engineering workshops like we do those for other projects too. So.
And I would just suggest if it went down the road of a peer review of an actual consultant coming in with different costs, then the question becomes, what do we do with that compared to what we have? So we have to kind of figure I like the idea these guys have come up with.
So, I'm as because when I asked the question the first time, I didn't quite get a full answer, but now you've given me a full answer. I'm feeling a bit more comfortable about that. My end line goal is really trying to get the cost of the project down and not go out there with a rate study that is just going to be laughed at by the community and voted against. So and which I think is the appropriate thing to do because, as I said, right now at the 99th percentile, the community just can't afford it. So I guess I'm getting more comfortable with that process. Rob, thank you for suggesting that. Yeah,
Mr. Mayor, we need another motion.
Okay, I'm going to make the motion.
Okay. We have a motion to go beyond 11:30.
Oh, all right. A motion to go beyond 11:30 so I can make my motion.
And a second. So we have a motion and a second to go beyond 11:30. So discussion?
Time certain?
You know what? We should be able to get through this in about 15 minutes and another 15 minutes for Scott and the last item. I would feel compelled at 12, but I don't want to go through this again, but let's push for 12.
Yeah, okay.
Is that okay? Everybody good?
Yep.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. I know, thanks. I know we're so... Marlos, you want to start on something there?
I will. I move to direct staff to assemble a team of local experts to review the current proposed proposal, or project, I should say, and then return with 2 alternative revised cost proposals for Phase 1 of the WRF project only, with cost basis analysis and user rate implications, and also based on a careful examination of the facilities master plan to identify cost savings. The 2 alternatives are full secondary treatment that at some future date could become tertiary with additional treatment, and full tertiary. The proposal should also include a revised timeline that includes robust public outreach, including 2 public workshops and flyers notices, and a proposed date for the Prop 218 hearing after that.
Is that your motion?
Yeah.
I'll second your motion. So we have a motion by Marlos, a second by Jamie, and any further discussion or comments?
Marlis, could you reread that again?
Yeah, I could, if I can read it. Yeah, if I can talk at this time. I move to direct staff to assemble a team of local experts to review the current project, then return with 2 alternative revised cost proposals for Phase 1 of the WRF project only, with cost basis analysis and user rate implications, and also based on a careful examination of the facilities master plan to identify cost savings. The 2 alternatives are, and I believe this is right, full secondary treatment that with additional treatment in the future, so we could become reclaimable at a later date, and full tertiary, which is additional treatment now. The proposal should also include a revised timeline that includes robust public outreach, including 2 public workshops and flyers notices, and a proposed date for the Prop 218 hearing after that. I can give this.
Okay, that's the motion, and it was seconded. Any further discussion?
Could I ask clarification on one point there?
Mm-hmm.
When you ask for a team of experts to be assembled, are you asking for that team to put together a revised cost proposal, or are you asking for direction from them, say, try to cut on these 10 points, and then we'd come back and do that?
That's correct.
Okay. So, any further discussion?
John, what your comment again, please?
Was that the team of experts is going to provide direction on key aspects of the cost estimates that we could go back, re-examine, and try to refine the cost estimates that we have based on key ways to reduce where we could, as opposed to giving the actual cost revisions.
Got it.
Okay. Ready for a vote?
Sorry, hear the outreach part of that again to make sure we got clarity at timeline.
The proposal should include a revised timeline that includes robust public outreach, including 2 public workshops and flyers notices, and a proposed date for the Prop 218 hearing that would follow that public process.
Flyers, notices to advertise the workshops?
I think it might also be informational.
Okay. I'll make the call. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Motion carries 3-2. So we can make another motion to meet any other needs as far as if there's any other criteria, whether there's the facility master plan or anything out there with the project. So is there any other thoughts on this? Okay, good. I guess just make some comments real quickly. So when the motion included reducing the costs, did we include scope as necessary? So I guess for conversation, so we've talked about the facility master plan and the ancillary services out there, and we made this comment in the December one. So all the ancillary items out there, be it a courtyard, at this point, we need to be focusing on the treatment plant itself and reducing any ancillary services out there. I think that needs to be part of the direction. And if it needs to be a motion, then I'm willing to make that. But, I understand also that I just want to make clear that coming back for a final facility master plan would provide that venue to, whether it's removing the courtyard or anything like that. But I just want to make sure that we're marching down the path for the most cost-effective project at this point.
And just so I can frame that too, the way I see it all playing out based on that motion is we get recommendations on how to deal with cost issues based on a phase one type project. We come back, work with our team to figure out how to apply those into real numbers, which can become the basis for Prop 218. But at the end of and the EIR will look at a project of the type as the proposed project, but look at alternatives that we have to. And then at the end of all that, have the EIR be certified and done, and then the council go back, take all that information, and determine at that time how to frame the project properly from your perspective. That sort of gets at what you're saying, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. John?
I think at one point, maybe a couple of months ago, you made the comment about purely building and concentrating on a wastewater treatment facility, which then included the other component. But, my feeling is we shouldn't be looking at any other costs associated with building on that site other than a wastewater treatment facility right now.
Oh, I fully agree with that. Absolutely.
We need a motion for that.
So moved.
Thank you. Second.
Yeah. So we have a motion and a second to basically just concentrate. So the motion, Dana, so the motion was concentrate solely on a treatment plant at that site by Mr. Heading. Second by Mayor Irons. Discussion. And just a minute, discussion, any discussion? None? You have a question?
So taking the motion that is already passed and what's going on, this discussion right now, and filtering it through our goals, I just want to make sure that we are taking the right approach as we go through this. So goal number 1 is tertiary disinfected wastewater, and I think we're going to come back with that and something less than that.
Correct.
Based on the first motion.
Correct.
Goal 2 is reclaimed wastewater. We're pushing that off. That's phase 2. We're not going to consider that at all. On-site composting is essentially already been scratched, and we're formally scratching it. Energy recovery, formally scratching it.
So I think the energy recovery and the solars, those types of things are still adaptive in a later date, the energy recovery ones. And I don't think we've actually had the conversation to say, those types of things. So but for the initial phase 1, it's like we'll get this done, but the adaptive part, whether it's water recycling, those types of things, I think we need to be designed to prepare for that.
So let me rephrase that. Energy recovery.
And I just want to be clear.
Yes,
so we have
energy
we have a
recovery is
motion on this. I don't want to get through the discussion of every single goal through this. So
I just want to make sure that we're bringing back, because the way we've been thinking about this for all this time is through the prism of the goals. So we won't bring back something to do with energy recovery right now, but it is certainly still on the table for phase 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Contaminants of emerging concern, I think that's a phase 2 point, because we can't deal with contaminants of emerging concern with tertiary disinfectant, right? Okay, so that's going to be phase 2. Other municipal units or uses is scratch. Don't consider that right now. Neighboring land uses we're still going to consider, and 5 years we're going to have to bring you a new timeline that extends out a little bit.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion then? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That was a 5-0? Okay. All right, we got a 5-0 on that. Any further discussion on this? Any last minute thoughts or things we need to discuss? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and conclude.
Well, let me just say one thing. When you get this group of experts together, local experts, certainly you would explore other ways of treatment. I mean, other types of plants or other treatment designs, or you're not just going to be looking.
We'll get a lot of ideas.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that we're going to get some ideas that
we'll get some ideas that
John is going to like.
Yeah, and some that he won't like.
Okay, thank you.
So we have. So if we're concluded with item C2, last item on the agenda is item C3. I just want to. Is everybody comfortable going through this at this point? We're only going to do the part that deals with budget options for additional meetings. We're not going to go through the rest of the item of the general plan update. Scott, thanks for sticking with us. I don't know what I did with it. What's that? What's so funny?
Oh, that's from the audience.
No. I had one more. Oh, here it is.
Is this working? Is this working? Yeah? Okay. All right. So to the end of the item on land use to deal with extension of the timeline for the general plan and LCP update. A reminder would be that the original timeline on this was to have the project end in December of 2017. We've had a couple of, it's taken a little bit longer to get information through the GPAC. That's not the main cause for extension of the time frame. It's really been our grant funding cycle. We were awarded a grant in August of 2016, and we didn't get the grant agreement put in place until January, so almost a 5-month delay. And so our new timeline for finishing up the project and sending it off to Coastal Commission would be August of 2018. And that does still leave us a little bit of a buffer from when our deliverables are due on our grants, which would be in December of 2018. Extending the timeline out means we're going to need some additional meetings with the GPAC and with the Planning Commission and City Council, and there's costs associated with that. So 6 additional GPAC meetings would cost about $1,500. That's actually pretty cheap. And it's so cheap because we'd be able to leverage some of the other meetings we're having related to zoning. And so it's fairly inexpensive for the first 6 GPAC meetings. Each additional GPAC meeting beyond that would cost $2,640 because we're not leveraging other meetings at that point. And an additional Planning Commission and or City Council meetings cost about $2,000 per meeting to have the consultants attend. So alternatives, the preferred alternative is 12 additional GPAC meetings, 6 additional Planning Commission meetings / City Council meetings. Total cost there is $29,340. I gave you a minimum alternative there, and that would be 6 additional GPAC meetings and 4 Planning Commission meetings. Saves about $20,000, but is a really condensed timeline. And I would request, if the council wanted to go down that road, that we have a joint meeting with both those bodies to give them really specific direction about what we expect out of them, because that would be a fairly accelerated schedule. And then the other option is we stop GPAC now, and we're at a point where we've finished all of our background material, and we could move the entire process and sit it in the lap of the Planning Commission. They are your sort of body that deals with land use. That cost would be between $16,000 and $20,000, so you're going to save roughly $10,000 doing that if you wanted to do that. So those are the 3 options I've provided to you this evening. And the good thing is we actually have money to pay for it. in the fact that we have general plan maintenance fund includes $65,000, so we'd be using less than half of the money that's in there right now to accommodate this sort of extended schedule and the additional meetings that I'm requesting. That's the end of my presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. I don't have any questions. Well, we'll turn it over to council. Any questions? Matt, any questions?
Scott, could you page back to the 3 choices? Okay. Got it. Okay.
Red?
If we did not spend money out of the general maintenance fund for this, what would we spend it on?
Well, it keeps accumulating because it's kind of like an impact fee that's tacked on to to building permit fees. And so it would be used for, when we get done with this process, we'll be right in line to start our housing element update, and it'll be used for that. But we'll have more money in the kitty at that point, so we should be fine.
Okay. John?
Do you have a preference out of curiosity?
The preferred alternative? I'd like to go with that, if we could.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I didn't see that. Oh, it's hard to kind of
I gave you, varying levels,
gotcha.
so you had
Sorry.
something to choose from.
It's late now.
It's late.
Scratch that. I have no questions.
Marlis, any questions?
The only question I had, I asked Scott earlier, which was, are there some critical junctures in the schedule when it would be good to get input? So, and I still, I guess, would like to know that. I know that the GPAC has been meeting on a monthly basis. What would happen if they just met every other month and looked at whatever was done at that point? So I guess that's a question.
The GPAC, we're using the GPAC to filter the information that we get from the public. They all kind of represent different sectors and neighborhoods in town. And so they kind of funnel in information that's, as we go through the process. This is going to change a little bit now, which is why I said this is a point where we could stop and go away from GPAC and just have the Planning Commission do it, because we're going to start going into policy development. And so now they're going to be reviewing policy. Before, they were just dealing with background information. We still do need them for approximately that many meetings, but we might be dialing them back a little bit. Oftentimes, in the general plan update process, you start having fewer GPAC meetings at this point and more Planning Commission meetings, and so I might use some of that funding. I need the flexibility kind of to ramp them up and down as needed through that time frame. That's the approximate number of meetings we need. The good thing is the Planning Commission meetings cost less, so it's sort of the maximum amount that we would need, and it might be less.
Okay, great. I don't have any questions. I'd support preferred alternate number 1. I think it's great. We have the general plan accumulation fund, and it actually gives you flexibility. Gives you flexibility to achieve that, and if it works out that it's less, we're good to go, and it can go back into the general plan accumulation fund.
I second that.
making discussion. But.
So if we have a motion to approve item the preferred alternate, to add 12 additional GPAC meetings and 6 planning commission meetings and council meetings with a total cost of $29,340. That would be my motion.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I don't know who the second was. Okay, so all right, it was Ty. So the second was Red. The motion was by Jamie. And any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. Scott, thanks very much.
Thank you.
We'll get through this, and we'll conclude item C3. We'll move on to any future agenda items for council to discuss. Hopefully, yes.
I don't know if I need to agendize it, but implementation discussion for the economic development plan.
Yeah.
You want it agendized?
Yeah. So, we do want to bring that back and have a discussion on that. Thank you. I'd support that. Do we have support, Marlis, Matt, Red? Okay. I'm trying to do my part there, Dana. Okay. Implementation discussion on economic development. And with that, there's a special closed session council meeting on Wednesday, April 26th, 2017 at 3:30 at City Hall. And our next regular... did I say 3:30? That's what it's on there. That's what it's on there. 3:30. No, I said 3:30. Okay, and then our next regular meeting will be Tuesday, May 9th at 6 p.m. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you. 11:57.